Good morning, colleagues, staff, testifiers, people of the Virgin Islands. The Committee on Government Operations and Consumer Protection meeting for Thursday, February 17th is hereby called to order. Before we proceed to roll call, kindly allow me to shine a spotlight on the month of February for two significant recognitions, as it is both Heart Health Month and Black History Month. Based on the Center for Disease Control, African Americans are more likely to develop heart disease than any other race. I'm going to say it once again. African Americans are more likely to develop heart disease more than any other race. We have a high rate of risk factors that contribute to heart disease. These risk factors include obesity, hypertension, and diabetes. So especially because it's February and it is Black History Month, let's do more, Virgin Islands, to demonstrate love to our hearts by getting regular checkups, eating heart-healthy diets, and with more fruits and vegetables, and of course, exercising as well as reducing our stress. Kindly allow me also to convey happy birthday wishes in advance to Miss Ann Smith. Tomorrow, she will be making 108 years old. Isn't that a blessing? She is a Bovonian, similar to me, and I got the call from my ladies and elders in Bovoni, and they asked me to make sure that we convey happy birthday wishes to Miss Ann Smith. May our God continue to hold her and strengthen her throughout this journey. Madam Clerk, kindly proceed to roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden.
He said present, but Senator Blyden, you would like to put on your mic?
It's on. I said present.
Okay, we didn't hear you.
Senator
Thank you.
Blyden present. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr. present. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger.
Present.
Senator Alma Francis Heiliger present. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator James Sr. absent. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson present. Senator Carla J. Joseph.
Present.
Senator Joseph present. Senator Milton E. Potter. Senator Potter absent. Madam Chair, you have 5 present, 2 absent.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. And colleagues, we have a quorum. Madam Clerk, do we have any correspondences to be read into the record today?
No, Madam Chair.
Then, Madam Clerk, kindly proceed to read into the record today's committee agenda.
The Committee on Government Operations and Consumer Protection has scheduled a meeting for 10 a.m. on Thursday, February 17, 2022, in the Fritz E. Lewitt Conference Room on St. Croix. The purpose of the meeting is to receive and consider the following legislative measures. Bill number 34-0148, an act honoring and commending Laverne E. Radster for her contributions and research efforts to the Virgin Islands, the University of the Virgin Islands, and the Children of the Virgin Islands, and naming the University of the Virgin Islands Administration and Conference Center on the island of St. Thomas in her honor. This bill is sponsored by Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Bill number 34-0155, An act amending the Virgin Islands Code, Title 3, Chapter 29, relating to notaries, notarial officers, and notarial acts by adding Subchapter 3, enacting the Virgin Islands Uniform Law and Notarial Acts 2021, and amending and appealing conflicting laws and on notaries public. This bill is sponsored by Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. and Senator Carly J. Joseph. Then the committee will receive testimony on the operations of the Department of Planning and Natural Resources and the Virgin Islands Port Authority. Block 1, 10 a.m. to 11:30 a.m. The committee will receive testimony considering Bill number 34-0148, an act honoring and commending Laverne E. Radster for her contributions and research efforts to the Virgin Islands, the University of the Virgin Islands, and the children of the Virgin Islands, and naming the University of the Virgin Islands Administration and Conference Center on the island of St. Thomas in her honor. This bill is sponsored by Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. The invited testifiers are the Honorable James O'Brien, Jr., former Senator of the Legislature of the Virgin Islands, Mr. Roy Watlington, former professor at the University of the Virgin Islands, Mr. Rupert Ross, Jr., and Dr. David Hall, Esquire, President of the University of the Virgin Islands. Madam Chair, this is the end of the first block.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Who speaks on behalf of Bill number 34-0148, an act honoring and commending Laverne E. Radster for her contributions and research efforts to the Virgin Islands, the University of the Virgin Islands, and the children of the Virgin Islands, and naming the University of the Virgin Islands Administration and Conference Center on the island of St. Thomas in her honor. Who speaks on behalf of this bill? Kindly recognize the mic of Senator Donna Fred Gregory.
I do. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to the listening and viewing audience, and good morning to the testifiers of today, as well as good morning to today's honoree, Dr. Laverne E. Radster. I need to ask media to put up the slide, as I will be presenting from a slideshow this morning. Colleagues, it is my distinct privilege to offer Bill number 34-0148 to honor and commend one of our daughters of the soil, Dr. Laverne E. Radster, and I ask for your support of this measure. Dr. Radster is a true Virgin Islander with roots, or as we say, with navel string in St. Croix, St. Thomas, and St. John. Next slide, please. Bill number 34-0148 is a measure I have been working on for the past 8 months. And it was born out of a conversation by a number of individuals from the University of the Virgin Islands' family. This bill honors and commends Dr. Laverne E. Radster for her contributions and research efforts to the Virgin Islands, the University of the Virgin Islands, and the children of the Virgin Islands. Laverne Radster has paved the pathway for women by shattering ceilings and breaking down barriers. She became the first and remain the only woman to serve as a president of the University of the Virgin Islands of the United States. Next slide, please. So who is Dr. Laverne E. Radster? Well, as I said earlier, she's a daughter of the soil, born and raised on St. Thomas to Agatha E. Oliver Radster and Albert Radster Sr. She is the granddaughter of pioneering local educator E. Benjamin Oliver, former local educator E. Benjamin Oliver. She attended Niski School. I think at that time it was named probably Niski Demonstration School. She could clarify that for us. Now known as Ulla F. Muller Elementary School. And she graduated valedictorian of the class of Charlotte High School in 1969. She earned a Bachelor of Science in Biology and Chemistry. Next slide. Next slide. She earned a Bachelor of Science in Biology and Chemistry in 1973 from the University of Miami. She then attended San Diego State University, where she earned her Master's of Science in Biology with an algal physiology concentration in 1975. Dr. Raxter earned her PhD in biology with a plant biochemistry concentration in 1980 from the University of California, San Diego. Dr. Raxter then had a remarkable 40-year career at the University of the Virgin Islands. But she started it with what was still known as CVI, or College of the Virgin Islands. We've come a long way. Next slide. So why honor and commend? When one offers a resolution to honor and commend one in its community, it is because, or it should be because, that person has demonstrated significant value and contributions to the community. And for me, it was easy to decide to honor and recognize Dr. Laverne Raxter, as she has dedicated her life to educating and uplifting those in our community. Dr. Raxter is a dedicated and beloved professor, or was a beloved and professor of marine biology for 10 years prior to moving to the administrative roles at the University of the Virgin Islands. She served as chair of the Division of Science and Mathematics, faculty trustee to the UVI Board of Trustees, acting vice president for research and public service, and senior vice president and provost. Next slide, please. In 2022, Dr. Laverne D. Raxter made history when she was named the first woman and fourth president of the University of the Virgin Islands. During her tenure as president, the university focused on significant efforts on establishing evolution of the internal systems that supported services to students, faculty, and community. Dr. Raxter's accomplishments are numerous, and I will highlight some, not all, or we will probably be here all day. During her tenure, the University of the Virgin Islands was accredited with Middle States. During her tenure, UVI's accreditation with Middle States was reaffirmed to 2017. Going for it, no pun intended. UVI has subsequently been reaffirmed and reaccredited. Dr. Raxter, instrumental in securing bond funds without collateral that supported much needed facility repairs and renovations, including the renovation of the former Harvey building to its new incarnation. The administration and conference center, this is the building that this bill seeks to name in her honor. She helped to link the university to other higher education institutions in the region. and she continues to help to expand programs at the university by serving in many national and international organizations. Next slide, please. Under her tenure, Dr. Raksha was instrumental I think we've lost the slides. So let's talk about her outstanding community work. So next slide. Yes. Not only astronomical in her professional life, Dr. Raksha also goes above and beyond in her personal life to give back to her Virgin Islands community. She's a member of multiple community organizations and community projects. Some of her community work includes the St. Thomas Association of Roadrunners, of which she is a founder, the Caribbean Natural Resources Institute, whose vision of a Caribbean people committed to responsibility and stewardship for natural and cultural resources through governance funded on equitable and effective participation aimed at improving the quality of life for Caribbean people, and which should be the vision for all of us. Dr. Raksha is active in her local church community, but most of all, Dr. Raksha loves spending time with her family and friends and creating wonderful memories. Next slide, please. And I'll just share some pictures. I remember a few months ago, Dr. Raksha met me. I don't remember where, but she's someone that I have so much respect for. And she said to me, Senator, you're making the people nervous when they come before you. Go a little easier. She said, I know you know your stuff, but go a little easier. And I respect her. So I've asked her to support me when I did my women's event early last year, and she came in and quickly assisted with actually shaping what the event should look like, and what the outcome was a great event for women leaders in the Virgin Islands. So I want to thank her for all the work that she's done, and I want to ask my colleagues, next slide. I want to thank my colleagues in advance for their support on Bill number 34, that's 0148, a daughter of the soil, Dr. Laverne Raksha. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Senator Fred Gregory. We do have a number of testifiers who are listed and read off in the agenda, and we're going to do some microphone check. The order that I'm doing the microphone check is the order that you will be presenting today. Dr. David Hall, Esquire, University of the Virgin Islands, a pleasant good morning to you.
Good morning. I'm glad.
Mr. Rupert Ross, Jr., a pleasant good morning to you.
Good morning, Senator and listening audience.
Wonderful. Mr. Roy Watlington, former president of the former professor of the University of the Virgin Islands. I know I see you there. Mr. Watlington.
Good morning, Chairperson Joseph. Good morning, Senators. Good morning, Dr. Raksha.
Would you be so kind, Mr. Watlington, to put on your camera? We can't see you.
I'm having some problems with that, Madam Chairperson. I've activated the program Teams several times, and it shows me only the circles with everybody's initials, and I see a picture of someone, but it won't show me for some reason.
Okay. Hopefully we could get that addressed. We had also invited the Honorable James O'Brien, Jr., former senator of the Legislature of the Virgin Islands, but I don't see him online. Okay. Given all of that, we will proceed, Dr. Hall, with receiving your written testimony.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairwoman Joseph and members of the Committee on Government Operations and Consumer Protection and other members of the 34th Legislature present, other testifiers, members of the press, persons in the viewing and listening audience, ladies and gentlemen. My name is David Hall, President of the University of the Virgin Islands, and it is indeed an honor for me to appear before the committee to offer testimony on behalf of the University of the Virgin Islands. I have also invited our provost, Dr. Camille McHale, to be present. Unfortunately, I may have to leave before the testimony is completed in this block due to a family matter. My wife's mother passed, and I leave in a few hours to go to her funeral, and I will have to get to the airport. Provost McHale will definitely be able to be here and answer any questions from the senators, and I deeply apologize for any inconvenience. I have been asked to provide testimony regarding Bill 340148, which proposes to name the Administration and Conference Center building after Dr. Laverne Raxter, the fourth president of the University of the Virgin Islands. The administration and the leaders of the Board of Trustees support this bill and agree that it is an appropriate honor for Dr. Raxter. As indicated, Dr. Laverne Raxter was the fourth president of the University of the Virgin Islands and the first and only woman president at UVI. Before achieving this illustrious position, she also served as provost and chief academic officer of the university under President Orville Kin, for whom the St. Thomas campus is named. Additionally, she has held positions such as chair of the Division of Science and Mathematics, faculty trustee to the UVI Board of Trustees, acting vice president for research and land grant affairs, vice president for research and public service, and senior vice president and provost at UVI. Dr. Raxter helped to link UVI to other higher educational institutions in the region when she served as Sub-Secretary General for the Association of Caribbean Universities and Research Institutes, and as the coordinator of the Consortium of Caribbean Universities for Natural Resource Management. Dr. Raxter is an outstanding scientist who contributed greatly to the growth of biology and biological sciences at UVI. Her knowledge and insights in the field were instrumental in the university being able to acquire the first 5-year VI EPSCoR grant from the National Science Foundation, which over the last 20 years has been consistently renewed and helped transform the university into a serious research university. During her presidency, there were numerous new or renovated buildings that were added to the university. The Administration and Conference Center building, which now serves as the premier administrative building at the university, was completely renovated during President Raxter's tenure. The university developed a significant strategic plan, Vision 2011, under her leadership. This plan, which I inherited, guided the university for 5 years, and I used it as a guide for continuous progress when I arrived. The Board of Trustees voted to award her the distinguished title of President Emerita after her tenure at the university ended. Dr. Raxter continues to be involved in research activities at the university and plays an important role in research activities at the Caribbean Exploratory Research Center, which we call CERC. Towards the end of her presidency, she received a 2009 Drum Major for Justice Leadership in Higher Education Award from the Southern Christian Leadership Conference Women's Organization Movement for Equality Now. Bill 340148 outlines so many of her endless accomplishments, so I will not repeat them here. However, I will say that this legislature's effort to name this building after a distinguished Virgin Islander is consistent with the values, policies, and programs at UVI. Both of our campuses and buildings on both campuses are named after Virgin Islanders. At each commencement ceremony for the last 10 years, UVI has bestowed our highest honor, an honorary doctorate, upon Virgin Islanders who have contributed in various fields to make the territory and the world a better place. Therefore, this honor of Dr. Raxter is consistent with this tradition. As I mentioned earlier, Dr. Raxter was a trailblazer by becoming the first and so far only woman to serve in the role of president. In a male-dominated society, and especially in academic circles, where merit is often used to disguise exclusionary practices, she excelled in the demanding field of biological sciences and then in the sometimes more exclusionary circles of administrative leadership. Just as the legislature many years ago recognized the accomplishment of Miss Delta Dorsch by naming our residence hall on the St. Croix campus after her, it is fitting that another outstanding woman leader in education has a building named in her honor on the St. Thomas campus. Therefore, on behalf of the students she taught, colleagues she worked with and led, and community leaders she advised and counseled, the university support Bill 340148 and looks forward to its implementation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Hall, for rendering your testimony. We will now hear from Mr. Rupert Ross, Jr. Mr. Ross, kindly proceed with reading your written testimony in the record. I trust you look well. You look really well today, so I know you're feeling a lot better. Thank you so much. Kindly read your testimony into the record.
Good morning. Honorable Carla J. Joseph, Chair of the 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands Committee on Operations and Consumer Protections, other testifiers, other members of the legislature present, and members of the viewing and listening audience. I am Rupert W. Ross, Jr., the eldest living descendant of the distinguished educator Emmanuel Benjamin Oliver, after whom an elementary school was named in the St. Thomas St. John School District. I appear before you in support of Bill number 340148, an act honoring and commending President Emerita Dr. Laverne E. Raxter for contributions and research efforts to the Virgin Islands, her leadership at the University of the Virgin Islands, and for service to the children of the Virgin Islands, and the naming of the University of the Virgin Islands Administration and Conference Center on the island of St. Thomas in her honor. I am here representing an Oliver family that has made significant and extraordinary contributions to the evolution of our Virgin Islands society. Those of my generation who inherited the legacy of our parents, grandparents, and great-grandparents have served the Virgin Islands community as assistant commissioners, deputy superintendent of schools, principals, teachers, college professors, directors, executive directors, and senators. We have also served as an attorney general, a judge, a special assistant to multiple governors, a public information and media specialist, a financial manager, a senior officer in the Virgin Islands National Guard, and the president and a university president. This is only a partial list of how we made life better for those we serve. Dr. Laverne E. Raxter tenure as president of the University of the Virgin Islands is a shining example of the Oliver family contribution to our community. Her love for learning and to be of service to others began early in her life, as she had among her role models her parents, who dedicated their lives to serve the younger generations as teachers and educational leaders. Her mother's role as a science teacher and a science supervisor, without a doubt, inspired Dr. Racter's interest in the field of marine and environmental sciences. After graduating from Charlotte Amalie High School as valedictorian in 1969, she pursued a stellar educational career that culminated with the Doctor of Philosophy in Biology in 1980. After this achievement, she returned to her homeland and began 40 years of service at the then College of the Virgin Islands and later the University of the Virgin Islands, beginning as an assistant professor of marine biology. As a trailblazer in marine and environmental sciences, I recall during that period that Dr. Raxter inspired and supported the implementation of the marine biology program at St. Croix Central High School in St. Croix that exposed students to careers in the marine and environmental arena. Dr. Raxter's impact was not limited to the Virgin Islands. As she rose through the administrative leadership ranks of the University of the Virgin Islands, she fostered relationships with higher education institutions throughout the Caribbean region. She also worked with non-government organizations and regional organizations such as the Caribbean Studies Associations, the Caribbean Natural Resource Institute, the Caribbean Conservation Association, the Nature Conservancy, and the Caribbean Council of Science and Technology. In addition to her work at the university, Dr. Raxter's community involvement was extensive. She served on several government and non-governmental boards. She was a founding member of the St. Thomas Association of Roadrunners and a member of the Rotary Club of St. Thomas too. Because of our mutual interest in Rotary, I witnessed her commitment to be of service to those in need, especially during times of disaster. I experienced her ambassadorial skills when we traveled the Rotary world together. She was always focused in representing our people well and in sharing the achievement of Virgin Islanders with others. The pinnacle of her achievement was serving as president of the University of the Virgin Islands from 2002 to 2009, during which she broadened the university's focus on serving its students, its faculty, and the community. One of her signature achievements was renovating the Harvey Building and St. Thomas campus as the Administration and Conference Center, which continues to serve as the nerve center of university operations. In recognition of the time allotted to me, let me close how I began. As the eldest living member of the Oliver family, I speak on behalf of the Olivers, the Raxters, the Rosses, the Eppersons, the O'Briens, the Hennemans, and the Hurley, all who strongly support my position that Dr. Laverne E. Raxter, the fourth and first female president of the University of the Virgin Islands, is worthy of the recognition being bestowed upon her by the passage of Bill number 34148. Naming the Administration and Conference Center located on the St. Thomas campus of the University of the Virgin Islands, the Dr. Laverne E. Raxter Administration and Conference Center, is a fitting tribute for her distinguished years of service at the university and her lifelong contribution to improving the lives of the residents of these Virgin Islands and the greater Caribbean. She will join our great-grandfather, Emmanuel Benjamin Oliver, by having an educational edifice named after her that will serve and inspire future generations of Virgin Islanders to achieve. Thank you for affording me this opportunity to share these thoughts with you and your audience. I stand ready to address any questions you and your colleagues may have. As is expressed throughout our family, we are all of us strong. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ross, for that riveting testimony. And again, it is such a pleasure to see you virtually, and you look very well. We will now receive the testimony of Professor Roy Watlington. Professor Watlington, kindly proceed with reading your testimony into the record.
Yes, thank you. I sorely regret, Madam Chairperson, that the camera is not working between us. I was really pleased to have the opportunity to wear a jacket and tie for the first time in many, many months, and I wanted to show off just a little bit. Honorable Chairperson Carla Joseph, members of the Government Operations and Consumer Protection Committee, Senator Gregory, and others senators present, Dr. Raxter, my fellow Virgin Islanders and friends. My name is Roy A. Watlington, resident and native of the U.S. Virgin Islands, and I'm pleased to offer this testimony in support of Bill number 34-0148, which would name the University of the Virgin Islands Administrative and Conference Center the Laverne E. Raxter Administration and Conference Center. My familiarity with a background that supports this legislative action arises from my employment beginning in 1982 at the college and then the University of the Virgin Islands. Over my 27.5 years there, I served as professor, principal investigator of grant-funded research projects, director of the General Education Reform, acting vice president for academic affairs, associate and acting director of the Eastern Caribbean Center, chancellor of the St. Thomas campus, and coordinator of the experimental project to stimulate competitive research. In all of these activities, I work closely with Dr. Raxter. Excuse me. In taking this action, the 34th legislature would be representing the aspirations and will of the people of the Virgin Islands by acknowledging and honoring Dr. Raxter for her considerable efforts on their behalf during her 4 decades of service. The bill's introductory rationales and the testimonies that preceded mine have adequately represented many of Dr. Raxter's contributions, many of which are generally well known in the community. However, further elaboration of her contributions should include some other significant activities and recognitions. Locally, as said, she is appreciated for her presidency of the League of Women Voters and for her service on the Virgin Islands Waste Management Board and other activities. Nationally, she has played significant roles in the national climate assessment conducted by the U.S. Global Climate Research Program as a reviewer and contributing author, and also on the advisory committee of NOAA's U.S. Integrated Ocean Observing System. She has been recognized as distinguished alumna of the University of California, San Diego, and as a Southern Christian Leadership Conference Drum Major for Justice, and that in 2009. Internationally, she has made the Virgin Islands proud as a contributing author to the Caribbean Country Environmental Profiles produced by Island Resources Foundation for the Caribbean Conservation Association. Further, as president of the Caribbean Studies Association, as representative to the Consortium of Caribbean Universities for Natural Resource Management, in which she served as Subsecretary General of the Association of Caribbean Universities and Research Institutes. She was the first chairperson of the Board of Trustees of the University's Consortium for Small Island States. This listing would be incomplete without mentioning some of her more personal efforts, such as promoting physical fitness among residents, mentoring young women, and in general, role modeling for all in youth, particularly in promoting the marine sciences among Virgin Islanders. It is fitting that UVI's administration and conference building on the St. Thomas campus, the renovation of which was facilitated by Dr. Raxter's guidance when she was university provost. It's fitting that this should be named the Laverne E. Raxter Administration and Conference Center. Future generations should have the opportunity to inquire and learn about this outstanding daughter of the soil, Charlotte Amalia High School graduate, clarinetist in the community band, dedicated community activist, before her time marine scientist and university legend. For me personally, it has been an honor serving under her leadership and being her friend. I most enthusiastically support the passage of Bill 34-0148 as a means of honoring former UVI President Dr. Laverne E. Raxter, but also of informing the future about this very important personality in Virgin Islands history. Respectfully submitted. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Watlington, for your testimony. We do, in fact, have two written testimonies that were submitted. I had mentioned that Mr. James O'Brien Jr. was invited to testify. He has indeed submitted a written testimony that will be read into the record by our clerk. We also received a written endorsement from Mr. Vincent Jamor Samuel in support of this bill, and that will also be read into the record by our clerk. Madam Clerk, kindly proceed with reading into the record Mr. James A. O'Brien Jr.'s testimony.
Madam Chairperson, Senator Carla Joseph, and other members of the 34th Legislature's Committee on Government Operations and Consumer Protections, I am pleased and proud to provide favorable testimony on behalf of Bill number 148-048, an act honoring and commending Dr. Laverne E. Raxter for her contributions and research efforts to the Virgin Islands, the University of the Virgin Islands, and the children of the Virgin Islands, and naming the University of the Virgin Islands Administration and Conference Center on the island of St. Thomas in her honor. As the month of March is VI History and Women's Month, it is fitting that the trailblazing female Virgin Islander, who is the first woman president of the University of the Virgin Islands, be recognized by the passage, purpose, and approval of this measure. For me, this is a cause for personal pride, as Dr. Raxter's and my ties are familial. She is my first cousin, as our mothers were sisters born at La Grange, Frederiksted, granddaughters of legendary Virgin Islands educator Emmanuel Benjamin Oliver, who migrated from Montserrat at the turn of the 20th century and served as an administrator and principal in our school system and taught future Virgin Islands educators to teach for 4 decades. Fittingly, dozens of his offsprings have served with distinction in our school system for generations. Dr. Raxter's scientific research achievements and tenure as university president certainly is due public recognition. As her achievements are well known to all, my statement need not be long. I urge passage of this legislation honoring the life achievements of Dr. Laverne Raxter. It is appropriate that passage be completed in time for the end of the observation of VI History and Women's History Month. Thank you for allowing me to offer testimony on this matter. James O'Brien Jr.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Now proceed in reading into the record the letter, the correspondence received from Mr. Vincent Jamor Samuel.
I am writing this letter in support of Bill number 34-0148, which seeks to name the Administrative Conference Center at the University of the Virgin Islands in honor of Dr. Laverne Raxter. I have known Dr. Raxter for almost 40 years. Additionally, I served as her Vice President for Administration and Finance, CFO, for 9 years. During her tenure as President of the university, Dr. Raxter's leadership enabled the university to make significant strides and accomplishments. One of those accomplishments was awarding investment grade ratings by Standard & Poor's. This rating enabled the university to acquire debt financing at attractive rates. Another significant accomplishment of Dr. Raxter's leadership was 9 years of audited financial statements in which the auditor's review resulted in an unqualified audit opinion. At the same time, there were instances where the auditors found no material findings during their audit engagement. Additionally, during Dr. Raxter's term as president, the university expanded its facilities to include the UVI Wellness Center and several capital projects on all 3 islands. Also, the current ACC building renovation project was substantially completed under Dr. Raxter's leadership. I can also attest to the fact that Dr. Raxter has mentored many former students who are now alumni of the university. I strongly recommend that the Committee on Governmental Operation approve Bill number 34-0148. Additionally, I want to encourage members of this committee to support the bill as it moves through the legislative process. I thank the committee members in advance for their support of their outstanding efforts. I am looking forward to seeing this extraordinary Virgin Islander be recognized for her hard work during her tenure as leadership at UVI. Please feel free to contact me if additional information is required. Sincerely, Jamor Samuel. Vincent Jamor Samuel.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Also, at this time, Madam Clerk, I would like us to recognize the presence of Senator Milton E. Potter, committee member. Please note that Senator Potter is here and present. We also have with us the Lady of the Hour, who is being honored by Bill number 34-0148. Dr. Laverne Raxter. Dr. Raxter, we will just check your mic, because then we will begin our debate and discussion on this bill that is being proposed in your honor. Dr. Raxter, good morning to you.
Good morning, Senator Joseph. It's a pleasure to be here, and good morning to all the members of your committee and members of the legislature.
Thank you kindly. Colleagues, we will proceed with one 4-minute round, and we will begin our discussion with Senator Marvin Blyden. Senator Blyden, you are recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman Joseph.
One moment, Senator Blyden. Yes, Dr. Hall, you're recognized.
I wanted to see if I could be excused. As I had indicated in my letter to you, I have to get to the airport, and I apologize. Provost McHale should be here in attendance to answer any questions that senators may have, but I wanted to see if I could be excused.
Yes, you are, and thank you for bringing that to my attention. You are released, Dr. Hall, from your attendance at today's committee meeting, and Godspeed and our covering to you and your wife and your family as you travel out for your emergency issues that you're experiencing with your family. And our deepest condolences as well to you and your wife. Thank you so much, Dr. Hall.
Thank you very much.
Senator Blyden, you may proceed.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and condolences also from my family and staff to Dr. Hall and his family. Good morning to my colleagues, staff, central staff, people of the Virgin Islands, viewing and listening audiences. Good morning, especially to the testifiers, and thank you so much for those wonderful words. Thank you for your testimonies. Dr. Raxter, I like your choice of outfit this morning. You look lovely. Your African outfit is Black History Month. Thank you for being. Of course, I want to thank the sponsor for bringing this legislation forward. I know that with all that has been said this morning from all of the testifiers, Mr. Rupert Rawls Jr., Mr. Boy, Watlington, Dr. Hall, Mr. O'Brien bringing his historical view, of course, forward. There's not much more that you can say because just from the testimony, I just wrote a few things down in respect to Dr. Raxter, distinguished Virgin Islander. Of course, she is a trailblazer. She's a role model to many, a community activist, scientist. I say she's a legend in some regards. And I must say, of course, she's the daughter of the soil. I want to thank her for all that she has done over her 40-year career as an educator, and of course, being the first female president at the University of the Virgin Islands. That's a lot of serious accomplishments that one can do. But not only that, she's involved in a church, she's involved in many other community activities that assist the people of the Virgin Islands. And I want to thank you personally for all that you have done and continue to do as you have stayed involved with the university when it comes to research. And of course, you are a renowned researcher. We want to thank you for that. But let me ask Provost McKay, let me ask you in respect to Dr. Raxter, coming from your position as a provost, what have you learned, or what can you say to our listening audience in respect to Dr. Raxter, what she has meant to you, especially as a female also, and looking at her, working with her, what have that meant for you in some respect?
Thank you, Senator Blyden. Good morning to the committee, to listening audience, and good morning, Dr. Raxter, the woman of the hour. I think it's more than just as a provost, but I'm also from the science and math area. I'm also an African-American woman in a field that where we are totally underrepresented. And so to see Dr. Raxter's, I came in at a time when I think she was already maybe in the research field. She was already an administrator, so I was never her colleague in the College of Science and Mathematics, but to know that that is where she came from and to the heights that she proceeded to gain, I think it was definitely inspiring. It's inspiring to me. It was always great when she was president to go out on behalf of the university in HBCU land and know that we had a Black woman president. It's great. I think sometimes we forget that for some people, just by their mere presence, it makes our lives so much better and so much easier in what we do. So thank you, Dr. Raxter, for just being there and being that role model, even without trying to be.
And thank you for sharing that with us. And Madam Chair, if I may close.
You may proceed.
Please. Yes, and as Mr. Roy Watlington stated, the administration and conference center serves as a nerve center. And we know what that means in the body, as a nerve center, the pulse, it keeps it going, and it is fitting to have a name bestowed upon that building. And I want to say, when it comes to paying it forward. You have paid it forward, and you're giving back to the community in so many ways, and we want to thank you. And of course, I rise in support of this very important piece of legislation. And you can look forward to my signature of a yes vote. Thank you so much, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you so much,
Thank you.
Senator Blyden. I just want to remind the testifiers before you speak, because this is being carried virtually, and we do have our stenographers. Be sure to say your name into the record before you speak. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr., you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and good morning to you, good morning to my colleagues, good morning to the testifiers, and certainly good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. My vote is yes, unequivocally. I support this measure, and I want to take this opportunity to commend the bill sponsor, again, for bringing forward this resolution, and I have asked, or will be asking, to also join on as a co-sponsor in this, because I believe in this resolution. Congratulations, Dr. Roxter, for breaking the glass ceiling, a daughter of the soil. Again, I'm sitting here with goose pimples this morning because I know you're very, very much deserving of this resolution and all the accolades that the testifiers has heaped upon you. I've had the opportunity over the years in my capacity as Territorial Chief of Police, Assistant Commissioner, and Commissioner to cross paths with you many times. And again, I've always been impressed with your ability to be poised, to be able to command the room. And, I think Bob Marley was talking about you when he talked about small axe cutting down big tree, right? Real sharp and ready to cut down big trees. I think you were talking about you. A small lady in stature, but certainly a big heart. And I appreciate the work that you have done in this community. We found that you've always been rather forward-thinking, and certainly the preservation and protection of our natural resources and management of our natural resources have been one of your forte and something that you really took seriously, and I certainly appreciate that. The fact that you have developed curriculum materials to teach natural resource management at the university and throughout the Caribbean. In this time where our economic development has to always be balanced between preservation and economic development, I believe that some of your position and certainly your writing is taken into consideration. So again, thank you, and I will be supporting this. I wanted to ask you though, someone that have dedicated 40 years to education and beyond, what do you do with yourself now? You're probably losing your mind just sitting at home. I know you must be involved in and engaged in a lot of other activities. Can you share that with us?
Good morning, Senator Francis. Yes, I'm not going crazy, and I'm not sitting at home doing nothing. I retired from the university formally in 2012, but I have been working with the university ever since. And the work that I do is linked as much as possible to how small islands will deal with climate change and health issues. And this is becoming extremely serious for us in this part of the world. And so I am not sitting at home. I have people complaining that I need to stop, but there's much work to be done.
Don't stop. I spent 25 years in law enforcement. I felt like after I retired, I was losing my mind. I had to find things to do. So I came back to the Senate, and I've been here for the last 8 years, so 33 years in government. And I certainly have the appreciation for public service, and I appreciate you also having the appreciation and your contribution for public service. What do you say to a young, aspiring female at this point? When you think of your success stories and your ability to break the glass ceilings, and obviously you've been challenged, I'm sure, because your leadership responsibility take you of the likes of men and others of powerful position. How do you certainly speak to a young female about taking on that kind of responsibility?
May I answer, Madam Chair?
You may proceed on the chair's time.
Thank you very much. I will say what I have said to young people for the last 40 years. You need to find what makes sense to you and what makes you want to wake up in the morning and go to work regardless of what's happening. And then you need to be prepared. You need to be prepared to deal with all the things that could possibly come at you and ensure that you have the support that you think you need to get your vision accomplished. And we have a lot of young women out there trying to do exactly that right now. And we need to continue to support them.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the opportunity. And again, I want to commend the bill sponsor for moving this legislation forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, you are recognized for your 4 minutes.
Hello. Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Good morning to the testifiers, especially Dr. Raxter. I would say congratulations, because I know me and my colleagues know that this honor is well deserving, and I am 100% in support of it. But I want to say thank you for this opportunity to really get a chance to speak to you guys and really know what this means to you. You know, it's one thing when we are in a society and people honor individuals, but when someone has stopped and said, you know what, this individual has done so much for our community and has presented themselves in a way that this is deserving, what does this honor mean to you, Dr. Raxter?
Thank you. Good morning, Senator Heiliger. It's nice to see you again. My PhD thesis, my doctoral thesis, thanks my parents for having allowed me to be born in the Virgin Islands and to have grown up here. My cousin, the elder Rupert Ross Jr., has said that I come from a long line of people that have figured out that you need to give back to where you are. And so to me, it means that whatever I had to do to continue to help was worth it, because somebody paid attention that things might be slightly better because of my efforts. That means a lot. I also really do think that we need to have more examples of us saying, this is what we consider good. We speak so very often about what's bad and who's wrong and what we didn't do correctly. But we need to say what we think people should aspire to. And if I have been recognized as somebody that should fit in that category, I'm absolutely honored and very much in favor of finding more people like that, because we do have them.
Well, thank you so much for that. And there's a quote that I speak of often, and it says, we spend so much time rationalizing mediocrity, we have forgotten what greatness looks like. And I think when we take the time out to really honor people for all the things that they've done, instead of always trying to rationalize the mediocre and really focusing on the greatness that we do have in our community, this is the end result. So I am 100% in support of this. Mr. Ross, apparently, you know, I don't always know every relation. I had no idea you guys were related. So you learn something new on the Senate floor every day. So as relatives, how did you guys, you know, grow up? Because I want to let the public know a little bit more about Dr. Raxter and how she ended up being this person here today that we are bestowing this honor on.
Well, Dr. Raxter, well, I grew up on St. Croix. Dr. Raxter grew up on St. Thomas. So we did not grow up on the same island, and they would not have the same environment. But our parents always kept us aware of the fact that we're family. And we always encourage each other to succeed. We always support each other in whatever it is we wanted to do. And as I said, basically in my comments, we, as a family, we're proud of the fact that we were given a lot, particularly
1 minute.
educated, that the overwhelming majority of us came back home to the Virgin Islands to serve. We're grateful for that opportunity, and we're grateful for whenever one of us is being recognized, we feel that all of us are part of that process. So we thank you for the opportunity to make those comments.
Well, I know I have a couple seconds left, but I have a question for you. What do you think, Mr. Ross, that the naming of this building after Dr. Raxter would mean to the university?
To the university or to the community?
Well, you know, it's at the university, but it's also for the community, but you can answer it however you choose.
Well, I am resistant to speak for the university. That's our reason. But obviously, it would be an inspiration for all the young students throughout from the territory and throughout the Caribbean. When they go to the university and they see the name of Dr. Laverne Raxter on the administration building, they would more than likely be inspired to find out who she was, what she did, what caused her name to be placed there, and hopefully they would seek to receive the same accolade in their lives at some time in their future. So it will be a source of inspiration.
That was an excellent answer. Well, thank you so much. My time has been called, but Dr. Raxter, I am 100% in support of this piece of legislation, and I am looking forward to the official naming of this building. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Senator Francis Heiliger. We will now move on to the next senator for your 4 minutes, and Senator Franklin D. Johnson, you are recognized for your 4 minutes.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to the viewing audience, and good morning to the testifiers. Good morning, Dr. Raxter. 4 minutes.
Good morning.
4 minutes is not enough time. Not for a person who have dedicated their entire life to this territory. I personally want to say thank you for looking out for our children. Thank you for being there for our children and for the people of the Virgin Islands. And everything that I've heard here today, I know is just scraping on the edge and of who you are and what you have done and your accomplishments. But I would like to ask you a little thing. With all these accomplishments that you have made, give me like 2 things that you really proud of accomplishments of things that you have achieved, things that really to you, because sometimes all what we say here might have been great and is great, but there might be some smaller things that touch you and move you even more. Can you give me at least 2 of the accomplishments that really touch you and like motivate you to even push farther and harder? I put you to think that's a good thing.
Yes, good morning, Senator. Thank you. It's hard to find 2, but I think I can lump them. One is I'm extremely proud of the fact that I had the opportunity to work with a university that educated people who in many places would not have had an opportunity to move on to higher education. Every time I shook a hand when someone walked across the stage for graduation, almost always there's a story behind that person. They're a single mother. It took them more years because they were working, all of these types of things. But they have made our community stronger. And this is one of the reasons why this institution was put here in the first place. It was supposed to help build capacity in this territory. And many of those people that walk across the stage at UVI for graduation are going to be here. And that's a good thing. The other thing that I'm really proud about is the fact that, I'm really pleased that the university has had the opportunity to work with the community through its outreach and research area, our community service and research area, in such a way that There are things happening in the territory that would not happen in any other small place because you have a small institution with a set of people with enough credentials and the desire to help make things better. So all those little units that you see at UVI under community outreach and public service and research are ones that are critical to this place continuing to develop through time. If we don't have a SBDC, if we don't have the agricultural experiment station, if we don't have CEL where we look at and learning, lifelong learning going forward, if we don't have these areas, we are likely to not be able to do anything but import consultants and or not have the skill sets that we need. We have more opportunity, more ability to respond to the changes that come at us because of the University of the Virgin Islands. That, I think, is absolutely, that's fabulous. To have had an opportunity to be involved in that, I couldn't ask for more.
Thank you, thank you. And I must say that the matriarch of the family is so proud. He's just making sure everybody know he is the matriarch. But I tell you what, I am so proud to know that your roots are embedded in the Virgin Islands and it's rooted coming out of Frederickstead, deep out of the heart of Frederickstead. I don't get beat up for talking about Frederickstead all the time, but why you gonna do?
Time.
That's where I come from. Thank you very much for all you have done for the people of this territory and all that you would be continuing to do, because I know you haven't stopped. Thank you very much. God bless.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Senator Johnson. I do know that it's a wonderful thing when you have your patriarch of your family who is there and supporting of you as a male at the helm of the family structure. So I really want to be sure to commend again Mr. Rupert Ross Jr. for being here. And like I said, it's just a major pleasure to have you. We'll move on to the next senator for their 4 minutes, and that will be, of course, Senator Milton E. Potter. Senator Potter, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers. Special good morning to Dr. Raxter, of course. I've always said that civilized people, civilized, intelligent people honor and recognize their own when they have accomplished or they have achieved levels of excellence. And the name Laverne Raxter is associated, without question, with excellence. The highlight of her career, as was mentioned earlier this morning, was her rising to the pinnacle at the University of the Virgin Islands as its first female president, the first and only female president. She's a scientist, a tireless advocate for the environment, even before it became popular to do so, long before that. But what's perhaps more important, most important, is that Dr. Laverne Raxter is a generally wonderful person. I want to take advantage of her being a wonderful person by leaning on her a little bit. I know you've been, Dr. Raxter, a thought leader in the area of education for many years. And I wanted to ask you about the unique set of circumstances that we've experienced in this community, our children have experienced, with respect to learning loss. Of course, we haven't had a full academic school year of in-person learning since the 2016-2017 school year. I mean, when you really think about it, that's a remarkable state of affairs. What, in your view, Dr. Raxter, from your experience, I know this is something that you may have thought about, what can we do, what should be our approach with respect to, I guess, filling the gaps, making up for the significant loss that our children have experienced and the dire ramifications that we will, as a community, be experiencing unless something urgent and intentional you know, some intervention were to happen. What are your ideas and thoughts about that?
Well, Senator, good morning. Education is absolutely critical in many, many forms to any society moving forward. And it seems to me that if you're a leader, you need to be thinking about the fact that we are now in a crisis space for our territory in some
1
areas.
minute.
Education is one of them. We're not the only people that this is a problem for. So I think that we need to perhaps look at it the way a CEO looks at it in a company where their main product or one of their major products or areas has gone off kilter. How do you put it back onto the track? And that means you have to do some extra things that you didn't do before. If we continue moving forward as if the next school year is just the next school year, people who are behind will probably stay behind unless somebody intervenes. So there's a need for an intervention on behalf of our children. And it seems to me that this is when you start looking around your community to see where are your resources. And our resources are partially in us. We have two things that we can use. One is that we have people that are educated and that you can figure out a program where folks can help people to move forward through tutoring programs, whatever kind of programs you come up with. That's one. The other is that we can use technology, and the children are to a place where they can work with that to a large extent, but they need the hands-on. And I think there's a big space waiting for us to take that space and use it to help our children if we think they are important. If we don't think so, we should just keep doing what we're doing.
Well said. Thank you very much, Dr. Raxter. Madam Chair, if I may just ask one final question to Dr. Raxter.
You may proceed,
Thank you for
Senator
your kindness
Potter.
and generosity.
You're more
Madam
than
Chair.
welcome.
Dr. Raxter, I know you're known as a serious academic, so I just wanted to leave by asking you to give us one fun fact about Dr. Laverne Raxter that the people of the Virgin Islands may not know.
This takes us back to St. Croix folks again. Dr. Richards was president, and I was a new faculty member. And one of the fun things I got to do as a faculty member was help build the diving program at UVI. So I come back from the lab, from out to the ocean. We're dragging tanks up the hill. You know, there's no car space to move there. This is what it was in the 1980s. And I come up to the campus in shorts and a T-shirt, and I'm wet, and Dr. Richards refuses to speak to me. And I say good morning, and he won't speak to me, and I don't understand what's going on. So I asked my aunt, my cousin Rupert's mother, Auntie Tavy, what is the problem? She says, well, if he speaks to you, then he has to reprimand you. So I learned some more things about the way Virgin Islanders deal with things as I came up as a faculty member. It was a great time to be building programs here, and I truly enjoyed it.
Thank you very much, Dr. Raxter. That was great. Good luck, congratulations. And this, I think, a very remarkable achievement and a remarkable career. And I look forward to talking to you a little more about education when I see you again. Thank you very much. Thank you for your generosity, Madam Chair.
You're welcome,
Thank you.
Senator Potter. Senator Javon E. James Sr., you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Greetings to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. I'm so happy to be here today. I just love when we have Senate hearings in which I'm a member of the committee. So it's a wonderful day. And I don't know, St. Croix, I want to say thank you, Ms. Raxter, Dr. Raxter, I should say, for your 40 years of service to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. What stood out to me, though, I see here that you take part in a lot of organizations or groups that speaks to a Caribbean effort or initiative. I see here you're currently part of the assigned to the UVI Caribbean Exploratory Research Center, and I saw certain things where when you were serving as the president of UVI. You formed strong linkages to higher education and governments in the rest of the Eastern Caribbean, and a list of stuff in here speaks to Caribbean. So can you speak to me where that stems from, that interest where you focus on bridging the gap and bringing islands together?
Yes, good morning, Senator, and thank you. It comes probably out of my background as a scientist and understanding that systems are connected. We live in a part of the world where our people and our environment are all connected. And I think acknowledging it allows us to be stronger. So any institution where they allowed me to work, I participated. And the opportunities are big for the U.S. Virgin Islands, but they are also difficult because we are not in CARICOM. We're not an independent nation, but that does not mean that we can't join all the efforts to improve how people work with respect to the environment or with education. And those two areas are the State Department don't have a problem with. So you can work there, and that's what I did. And I think it still is an opportunity because this small set of islands reflects the rest of the Caribbean all the time. All the changes, all the issues right here in these small little islands. And we want to say, well, this is the Virgin Islands. Well, the Virgin Islands is a continuously changing entity. And we need to pay attention to the things that the entity is linked to. So that's what I have found most noteworthy. And it has led me to have many, many great adventures. Everything from battling roaches to big waves. You never know. And I think that's how you should live. So I have been grateful for those experiences.
And thank you for placing that on the record. And I'm hoping that one day that we can take advantage of our observation status at CARICOM, because we do have that opportunity to be in observation status. And during your tenure as the president of UVI from 2002 to 2009, toot your horn a little bit. What would you say was your biggest accomplishment?
Well, any president would tell you one of the biggest things they have to do is make sure your institution is reaccredited. And we did accomplish that. So there was no issue about whether or not this was a viable institution within the American system of higher education. That was a good thing. I think there are lots of other accomplishments, certainly the students that we were able to have go through our system and have them begin to figure out they could work with the rest of the world. So people in the sciences started going to other places to do research. That was a big effort. But I think one of the biggest things that we did as a university was to get the government, our governor, whoever the sitting governor was, whoever the sitting legislature was, to acknowledge that UVI could assist when there were problems that had to be dealt with. So when legislation was passed, it says that if you have a study, University of Virgin Islands should be asked if they can assist. To me, that was a major accomplishment. Now, getting commissioners and governors to remember that this exists takes effort, but it is worth the effort because we are an asset to this territory that should not be overlooked. And every time we manage to make sure we focus back our programs and helping to solve problems here, the territory is a better place for everyone.
Thank you. My time was called. Thank you for placing that on the record. But in closing, Madam Chair, I just want to say, if you read section 2 of this bill, which is page 7, it says that the president of the legislature or the president's designee shall present a perma-plaque copy of this resolution to Dr. Laverne E. Raxter or her designee at an appropriate ceremony. I just want to place this institution on notice. The office of Senator Javon James brought 5 resolutions in our first term, and up to this day, we haven't had a perma-plaque ceremony for those family members. So I look forward to your perma-plaque ceremony, Dr. Raxter. Thank you for the time.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much, Senator James. And Madam Clerk, kindly put 4 minutes on the clock for me. I just want to say that I too rise in support of this legislation. Moreover, I rise in support of the naming of the administrative building in honor of Dr. Laverne Raxter. I want to specifically commend the bill's sponsor. She's a lady, and so are we, myself, and you, Dr. Raxter. And why am I getting at? What I'm getting at is really how you have been able to balance, because it's a very thin line. We as women in leadership positions, it's very challenging for us to be able to balance work, community service, and home life. It's a very, I would say, type of creative science to be able to do that and be a leader and still contribute, still come home, maybe cook food for your family, deal with your children, your husband, but something has to be there wherein you are able to balance and have that level of balance. And if you could tell us and guide us, because we have persons who are listening into this hearing and who are coming up, young leaders themselves. We look across government, we see a number of females in government leadership position. And how can we as women, and how have you been able to do it in the midst of a lot of challenges I'm sure, in your professional life and home life? If you could please provide some guidance on that, Dr. Raxter. We are all listening enthusiastically.
Good morning, Senator. Yes, thank you. Senator, it is an unending task to complete in terms of attaining balance. I would be not telling the truth if I told you I was able to do that all the time. But I will say this about it. In order to have balance in your life, as a male or female, but certainly as a female, you really have to identify ways to support what you're trying to do. I'm a very focused person when I think something is important. Therefore, it would be very, very difficult for me to do what I needed to do if there weren't people around being supportive. And I was so fortunate. I have a wonderful husband. Somebody called him my protector. They said I had a bodyguard. But at the same time, you have to know who has your back, as they say. That's really important. I have family members that were always there. I could always reach out, and they would let me know something was happening that I may have missed. I had an amazing cabinet with very well-qualified, strong people. We had so many hard discussions, but came out with better outputs because everybody had a chance to give input. That's what helps to create balance. And then the part that I have the most problems with, that I think many women do, so you have to find that space where you can sit and just be. You don't do anything, you don't owe anybody anything, you just sit and be. And I think that's worth trying to seek, because you'll need it throughout the rest of your life.
Well, thank you. Those are some very pointed guidance, and I have over the years have admired you. From my time being the president of the Environmental Association of St. Thomas and St. John, where I first met you, and you provided great training to us as board members of the Environmental Association of St. Thomas and St. John, as also Mr. Roy Watlington, Professor Roy Watlington. At that time, we were really turning things up for the environmental movement here. I was much younger. But we have to try our very best to blaze that trail no matter what, and to be steadfast and consistent in who we are, to preserve one of the most beautiful places on God's earth, the Virgin Islands, and our environment. It is very critical. That's how we are able to see economic development, and through our tourism industry, which is the strongest industry in the Virgin Islands, and I must extend and say it within the Caribbean region. So a lot is riding on the Virgin Islands to maintain that. We have the PNR who is going to be coming up on our agenda later this afternoon, and so I'm going to be drilling Commissioner Oriole down, but not too hard. I try to be respectful because I understand some of the challenges. So I really want to say thank you to Senator Fred Gregory for the vision in sponsoring this piece of legislation, to commend this strong, compassionate, and visionary woman, and also really to give her her flowers and her due while she is still on top of the earth and she can see it. So thank you so kindly. We'll now ask the bill sponsor, Senator Donna Fred Gregory, to place on the record her comments.
Madam Chair, and again, Laverne, I'm going to call her Laverne for this. Laverne continues to make history, as I don't believe that in the history of the legislature of the Virgin Islands, the honoree actually provided responses and testimony. So congratulations again for making history. When I asked for you to be here today, it was for you to say thank you. When we said yes, my colleagues, I'm not a member of the committee, so I asked for you to be here to at least say thank you. But again, you're breaking glass ceilings. So I guess this is a new tradition for the legislature. At the appropriate time, I will be bringing an amendment because I know that the university always wants the appropriate funding to support the signage. So we are going to bring an amendment to cover the signage of this naming. I am not a member of this committee, so I'm going to ask my Vice President, Senator Novalee Francis Jr., to bring the amendments and the bill forward. But I just want to close by saying that the naming of this facility or this building is a small token for the service and commitment to not only the University of the Virgin Islands, but to the U.S. Virgin Islands. So I want to really thank you, Dr. Raxter. The naming of this building is my hope, my fervent hope, that it will be an inspiration to young people, particularly young women in our community. And not only those at the University of the Virgin Islands, but just overall young women and young people in the territory will see what hard work and dedication, what the results of hard work and dedication is. I want to thank you, Laverne, for laying the foundation for women like myself. You know, sometimes you see people and you admire them from a distance, and you're one of those people. I want to thank you for laying that foundation for women like myself to carry on and continue to break glass ceilings here in the territory. When women celebrate and recognize other women, I am certain that great things happen. So thank you. I want to thank my colleagues for their support, and hopefully you all will sign on to the legislation. I was a little shocked that the bill came before the committee with only my name. So I'm asking my colleagues to support the measure and sign on the measure, and I look forward to the ceremony where the actual naming will be done, and that's when we'll present the perma plaque. And I know that my one colleague mentioned that we did move several honor and commends in the previous legislature as well as this one. We did have the perma plaque ceremony scheduled for February, and then the pandemic was raging in the territory, so we had to cancel the St. Croix's ceremony, as well as the postpone rather, as well as the St. Thomas's ceremony. So we are looking at a new date. I believe we already have the new dates, but for the naming of the University of the Virgin Islands Administration and Conference Center, we would prefer to provide or give or present the perma plaque at that ceremony. So we're going to make sure that we secure the funding for same. Again, I want to thank you, and Madam Chair will ask that at the appropriate time that we give Dr. Raxter an opportunity to say a few words. Thank you.
Certainly. Thank you so much, Madam President. Do we have an amendment? Senator Novell E. Francis Jr., you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and colleagues. I offer amendment number. This number is not correct for the bill. Amendment number. I withdraw and ask for a brief recess at this time.
Certainly. The Committee on Government Operations and Consumer Protection stands in recess for 2 minutes. We are back on the record. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr., you are recognized for your amendment.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair and colleagues, I offer amendment number 34-438, an amendment to bill number 34-0148 on behalf of the bill sponsor, Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Bill number 34-0148 is amended in the following instances. A, the whereas clause on page 3, line 8 is amended by striking, open quote, and President 2002 to 2009, close quote. B, the whereas clause on page 5, line 1 is amended by inserting the fourth after as. C, the new whereas clause is added on page 5 after line 1 to read as follows. Whereas Dr. Roxter is the first woman to serve as the president of the University of the Virgin Islands. D, section 1 is amended on page 7, line 6 after Virgin Islands by inserting, which leads to her becoming the first and only woman to serve as president of the University of the Virgin Islands, on line 7 by striking the doctor. E, an appropriately numbered section is added that reads as follows. Section blank, the sum of $10,000 is appropriated from the general fund in the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2022 to the University of the Virgin Islands for the cost of signage and maintenance of the Laverne E. Raxter Administration and Conference Center at the University of the Virgin Islands on the island of St. Thomas. F, the long title is amended as follows. An act honoring and commending Dr. Laverne E. Raxter for her contributions and research efforts to the Virgin Islands, the Virgin Islands, the University of the Virgin Islands, and the children of the Virgin Islands, which to her becoming the first and only woman to serve as president of the University of the Virgin Islands and naming the University of the Virgin Islands Administration and Conference Center on the island of St. Thomas in her honor and making a $10,000 appropriation to pay the cost of signage. I so move.
The amendment has been properly moved by Senator Novell E. Francis Jr., seconded by Senators Javon E. James Sr., as well as Senator Milton E. Potter. Do I hear any objections? So ordered.
Motion.
Senator Novell E. Francis Jr., you are recognized for your motion.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair and colleagues, I move that bill number 34-0148, an act honoring and commending Laverne E. Raxter for her contributions and research effort to the Virgin Islands, the University of the Virgin Islands, and the children of the Virgin Islands, and naming the University of the Virgin Islands Administration and Conference Center on the island of St. Thomas in her honor, as amended, be approved by the Committee of Government Operations and Consumer Protection and sent forward to the Rules and Judiciary Committee for further vetting. I so move.
Second.
The bill has been properly moved and seconded by Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. and seconded by Senators Javon E. James Sr., Senator Franklin D. Johnson, Senator Milton E. Potter, as well as Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden.
Yeah.
Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger.
Yes.
Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator James, yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph.
Yes.
Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter. Yes. Senator Potter, yay. Madam Chair, you have 7 yeas.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Bill number 34-0148, an act honoring and commending Laverne E. Raxter for her contributions and research efforts to the Virgin Islands, the University of the Virgin Islands, and the children of the Virgin Islands, and naming the University of the Virgin Islands Administration and Conference Center on the island of St. Thomas in her honor, as amended, has been favorably voted upon in the Committee of Government Operations and Consumer Protection and will be forwarded to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary for further consideration and action. At this time, we would like to ask all the testifiers, we're going to leave the best for the last, Dr. Raxter, all the testifiers to present a 30 seconds wrap up for us. We will begin with Dr. Camille McHale.
Yes, good day, Dr. Camille McHale, Provost at the University of the Virgin Islands. Dr. Raxter, it is an honor to have served with you and under you at the University of the Virgin Islands, and it is a true honor to be walking in your footsteps. Congratulations, well-deserved, and it's going to be great to walk into that building knowing that it is named not just for a Virgin Islander, but for someone who was an academic at the institution on which the building stands. So thank you so much for your leadership and your model of excellence for all to see.
Thank you so much, Dr. McHale. Mr. Rupert Ross, Jr., you are recognized for your 30 seconds wrap up.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'd like to commend Dr. Laverne Raxter, my cousin, on the recognition that's being bestowed upon her. As I said before, she is a trailblazer. She has now opened the door for the Oliver family, the Raxters, the Rosses, the Eppersons, the Bryans, the Hennemans, the Hurleys to follow in our footsteps. So I look forward for the legislature constructing and identifying additional facilities so that the Oliver Strong family can be so recognized. Again, thank you, Dr. Raxter, for leading the way.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ross. Professor Watlington, you are recognized for your 30 seconds wrap up.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. I want to thank the committee for taking this action. It is really very fitting and appropriate. You honor us all by doing that. Dr. Raxter, I wanted to just thank her so much and to restate that it has been an honor serving under her leadership and being her friend, particularly something I didn't mention before, that she really stressed more than others had before or even since, that the University of the Virgin Islands is the University of the Virgin Islands, not the university in the Virgin Islands. And that she paid some price for making that stance, and I really appreciate that, Dr. Raxter.
Thank you so much, Professor Watlington. And now to you, Dr. Raxter, the lady of the hour. Kindly render your comments into the record.
Yes. Laverne Raxter, good morning, Madam Chair of the Committee of the 34th Legislature for Government Operations and Consumer Protection, and to all the members of your committee. Good morning to all the members of the 34th Legislature that are present, and especially to Senate President Donna Fred Gregory, since she took the initiative to actually bring forward this legislation. I want to say thank you and make sure that everyone realizes that this is a truly humbling and just almost overwhelming experience, in the sense that being recognized for doing what you love in a place that you love is quite an extraordinary thing. I'm very grateful. I'm grateful today for the folks that took the time to come and give testimony. So thank you, Provost McHale, and to President Hall, to Roy Watlington, of course, to my cousin, Jimmy O'Brien for sending in his support by mail, and to Vincent Samuel for his letter. But most of all, to my big cousin, the elder Rupert Ross Jr. Thank you so much for being here. I'm so unhappy that we have to see each other more often by video than in person. But thank you, thank you. To all the members of the legislature and to the people of this territory, I say to you that this type of activity is something that is worth being very careful with, and I'm assuming you have done this. I appreciate the honor and will do my very best to continue to serve this territory at the highest level. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Raxter. Is there a point of personal privilege from the bill sponsor? Senator Donna Fred Gregory, you're recognized.
I'm not going to be long because I know that the folks on the screen are very busy people. I know that Dr. Raxter did have something to do today, but I just want to thank my colleagues. And as Dr. Raxter was talking about her work and her experiences here, I had to pull back the tears because I'll tell you, as a woman in the Virgin Islands and just sitting in this very institution and traversing the community, a lot of times women do not get the respect that's due them. And today is a good day in the Virgin Islands where we can recognize a woman who has given much of herself and continues to give much of herself to the people of the Virgin Islands. So I just want to thank her, and I want to thank all of the testifiers and thank my colleagues for the support. And I'm sure that the University of the Virgin Islands will make short order to move forward with the signage once we move this to the full body. Our next session is sometime in March, so we look forward to seeing this happening before the end of fiscal year 2022. Thank you, Madam Chair. And again, congratulations to you, Laverne.
Thank you so much, Senator Fred Gregory. Testifiers on bill number 34-148, you are hereby released from your testimony before the Committee on Government Operations and Consumer Protection for today. Thank you all so much and have a blessed day.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. Bye.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, kindly proceed with reading into the record the next item on our agenda for today.
The committee will receive testimony concerning Bill number 34-0155, an act amending the Virgin Islands Code, Title III, Subchapter 29, relating to notaries, notarial officers, and notarial acts by adding Subchapter 3, enacting the Virgin Islands Uniform Law on Notarial Acts 2021, and amending and repealing the conflicting laws on notaries public. This bill is sponsored by Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. and Carla J. Joseph. The invited testifiers are Ms. Monica Williams Carbon, Esquire, Chief of Staff at the Office of the Lieutenant Governor. Mr. Troy A. Dishabert Schuster, State Director, AARP Virgin Islands. Mr. Andrew C. Simpson, PC, Notary, St. Croix. Ms. Alicia Adwani, Esquire, President, the Virgin Islands Bar Association. Mr. Tom Bolt, Esquire, Chair, the Virgin Islands Uniform Law Commission. And Ms. Laverne Slack, Notary, St. Thomas. Madam Chair, this concludes the reading of Block 2.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Who speaks on behalf of this bill?
I do, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, thank you very much for this opportunity, as well as thank you for joining me in this legislation, Bill number 34-0155. Bill number 34-0155 recognizes that services like notary can be performed remotely and puts provisions in place to do so. It also brings the existing statute forward through the adoptions of the revised Uniform Law on Notarial Acts, or Rolonia. Our existing notary statute is built on a uniform law for notarial acts. Bill number 34-0155 is designed to modernize and clarify the current law governing notaries public, their responsibilities, their duties, and to provide a stable infrastructure for the performance of notarial acts, which with respect to electronic records. What this bill does not do is mandate that all notaries must provide the remote notary option. However, if they so chooses to do so, the law is clear on the notification that must be made to the Office of the Lieutenant Governor and the standards that must be met. In the past 2 years, we have embraced technology and shifted to conducting many activities virtually. In fact, in April 2020, Governor Breyer included in his executive order a provision that suspended the personal appearance before a notary and authorized the notarial acts to be performed utilizing live audio-video technology, providing certain conditions are met. Bill number 34-0155 adds to the many uniform laws enacted by this territory. It also supports a provision in Bill number 34-0156, the Virgin Islands Uniform Electronic Wills Act, which received a favorable vote in the Committee of Rules and Judiciary on January 27 and awaits a full body's vote. This bill is simply an update of existing legislation allowing us to use technology in ways that did not exist when the notary statute was first enacted. This pandemic has shown that we have to be willing to adapt in order to navigate a rapidly changing landscape of natural disasters and crises. Bill number 34-0155 gave us the tools to do so. I'm asking for my colleagues' support in moving this measure forward, and thank you in advance as this bill is being vetted. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the opportunity to present Bill number 34-0155.
Thank you so much, Senator Francis. I joined in to be a primary sponsor of this piece of legislation, knowing that it definitely addresses an issue that we have here because of the pandemic and allowing persons to still have the opportunity to get documents notarized electronically, as well as for them to be recognized in that manner. So we definitely joined in, and I was preempted, but the good senator was very kind to encourage me to sign on as a primary sponsor, and which I am thankful for. Now, we have several persons here who are testifying on this bill and this measure. I'm going to call your names, and if you are there, we're doing a sound check as well as my checking you, and to assure that you recognize the order that you will be called to testify and present your testimony. And if I miss anyone, please so indicate. Ms. Monica Williams Carbon from Esquire, Chief of Staff of the Office of the Lieutenant Governor. I understand she will not be rendering testimony, but someone from the Office of the Lieutenant Governor will be rendering testimony on the behalf of the notary at the Lieutenant Governor. Do we have that person present?
Good morning, Honorable Senator. Yes, you do have that person present. My name is Dolace McLean, Counsel to the Lieutenant Governor and General Counsel to the Office of the Lieutenant Governor. And I have present with me Diana Brown, who is the Supervisor of the Notary Division in the Office of the Lieutenant Governor.
Okay, and which one of you ladies will be presenting?
Attorney McLean will be presenting the testimony.
Wonderful, thank you kindly. Next we have Mr. Troy A. Dishabed Schuster, the State Director of AARP Virgin Islands. Mr. Schuster, welcome.
Yes, thank you, Senator. Thank you for welcoming me.
Wonderful. Your mic is checking out really well. And this other person, I've known you over many years, Mr. Andrew C. Simpson, PC Notary from St. Croix. We were on different islands in the environmental movement in the 90s. It's good to see that you are still around. Mr. Simpson, Attorney Simpson, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I'm not able to see anybody, but I am able to hear you.
And we are able to see you, and you're looking really well. You're looking really well.
Thank you.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Then we have Mr. Tom Bolt, Esquire, Chair of the Virgin Islands Uniform Law Commission.
Madam Chair, I don't know if you have it listed, but Caitlin Wolf, Attorney Caitlin Wolf with the Uniform Law Commission, she is the national expert from the Uniform Law Commission on this legislation, and she will be presenting testimony also.
Okay. Then she would be right after you. Attorney Caitlin Wolf, you're an attorney as well, Ms. Wolf? Okay, so Attorney Caitlin Wolf from the National Uniform Law Commission. Welcome, I do see you. Microphone check.
Good morning. Thank you so much for having me, Senator.
Good. Good morning to you. We do have a written testimony from the Virgin Islands Bar Association's president, Ms. Alicia Udwani. That will be read into the record at the end of receiving all of the persons who are here present this morning, your testimony. With that being said, Attorney from the Lieutenant Governor's office, you can proceed with rendering your testimony into the record.
Thank you. Good afternoon, committee chairperson and co-sponsor, Honorable Carla Joseph, co-sponsor, Honorable Novelle Francis, honorable members of this committee, other honorable senators of the 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands present today, as well as the viewing and listening audiences. I am Dolace McLean, legal counsel to the Lieutenant Governor, the Honorable Tregenza A. Roach, Esquire, and general counsel in the office of the Lieutenant Governor. Present with me is Ms. Diana P. Brown, supervisor of notary for the territory of the Virgin Islands, and she is based on St. Thomas. Other staff members not present, but who also provide support are Ms. Anna Lewis, Mr. Glenn Freeman, and Ms. Raquel Penn, who is also the special assistant to legal counsel. Honorable Senators, we most respectfully appear before you today to provide testimony on Bill number 34-0155, an act amending the Virgin Islands Code Title 389 relating to notaries, notarial officers, and notarial acts by adding subchapter 3 enacting the Virgin Islands Uniform Law on Notarial Acts 2021 and amending and repealing conflicting laws on notaries public. Happy to report this morning that the Office of the Lieutenant Governor Notary Division fully supports Bill number 34-0155 because it codifies the policies, the procedures, and the day-to-day practices that have long been in use in the Office of the Lieutenant Governor. The Notary Division is primarily responsible for licensing and regulating all persons who administer oaths and affirmations in the territory. And is also responsible for processing all apostilles and certificate of authentication requests for the United States Virgin Islands. Notaries play a vital role in assuring the integrity of documents that are essential to commercial and legal transactions. For this reason, the division in the Office of the Lieutenant Governor takes very seriously its mandate to monitor all licensed individuals to ensure that they comply with the notary laws of the territory. Bill number 34-0155 will help to strengthen the division's effort to ensure that notarial acts are performed with integrity and respect for the process, and will reinforce the division's work in the area of disciplinary actions. To date, the division has prosecuted at least 7 notary misconduct cases and is implementing twice per year 2-hour training sessions for notaries. The training sessions will be similar to continuing education courses required of other professionals. Notaries register and attend at least one will have their oath suspended until they come into compliance. In addition, in order to strengthen notary oversight of notaries, the Notary Division has already undertaken and will take in 2022 some events. Ongoing notary educational training classes, distribution of the updated notary, distribution of an updated schedule, webinars and workshops to cover most frequent notary issues, training, ongoing support for remote online notarization. While Bill number 34-0155 provides for remote online notarization, it is important to note that the Notary Division has had a long-standing practice allowing this method of notarization. The Notary Division supports remote online notarization as a better means of protecting consumers and notaries, especially as the pandemic continues. Furthermore, given the communication technology and software that provide for identity proofing and audiovisual recording of the Notarial Act, remote online notarization creates additional safeguards for the integrity of the notarial process and deters fraud and abuse. The Notary Division operates from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. daily to process applications for commissions and apostilles. Additionally, the division maintains a database of all licensed and active notaries public and makes that information available to the public through a call to the Office of the Lieutenant Governor. The division staff also undertake at least 2 annual trainings through the National Association of Secretaries of State and the National Notary Association. In addition, the Office of the Lieutenant Governor is awaiting the redraft of a contract through the Department of Property and Procurement that will enable the division to computerize all notary functions to include, among other things, application renewals, invoicing for annual and renewal fees, and apostille applications. The history of notaries in the Virgin Islands is a long and venerated one. The Office of the Lieutenant Governor has recorded notary commissions dating back to 1967. The current version of the notary statute, codified at 3 VIC Chapter 29, has been in effect since, as my colleague Tom Bolt said, referencing a year, since 1988. Of course, the law has been in effect much longer with modifications along the way. Nevertheless, the law needs to be updated. Therefore, the division supports Bill number 34-0155 in all respects and requests only 2 minor revisions. First, the division wants to include the following sentence on page 23 at the end of line 15. The Lieutenant Governor may increase the fees in this subsection or in subsection H upon 180 days notice to the Virgin Islands public, closed quote. Second, the division requests that the following sentence be inserted on page 2, line 21 after the words Lieutenant Governor, open quote. The Lieutenant Governor is the Secretary of State for the territory of the United States Virgin Islands, closed quote. The first change recognizes updated fees that will be in effect as of April 2022. The second change will help Virgin Islands residents to have their apostilles and certificates of authentication more readily recognized when presented in foreign jurisdictions. Madam Chair, members of the committee, other senators present, and invited guests, this concludes our testimony on Bill number 34-0155. We thank you for bringing forward Bill number 34-0155, and we're available to respond to any related questions you may have. Lieutenant Governor, Notary Division.
Thank you so much, Attorney Brown, for that testimony. We will now receive testimony from Mr. Troy A. Deshabert-Schuster, State Director of the AARP, Virgin Islands. Mr. Schuster, you're recognized to place your testimony on the record.
Good day, Honorable Senator Carla Joseph, Chair of the Committee on Government Operations and Consumer Protection, and senators of the 34th Legislature, and other distinguished members of this committee. I'm Troy Deshabert-Schuster, State Director of AARP in the Virgin Islands. AARP VI has approximately 22,000 members in the U.S. Virgin Islands, and we advocate on their behalf and that of all Virgin Islanders. I'm pleased to offer testimony supporting Bill number 34-0155, an act addressing the need for permanent access to electronic notarization in the Virgin Islands. Prior to the pandemic, 23 states had enacted the revised Uniform Law of Notarial Acts, an act that empowers everyone despite their physical or geographic barriers. The COVID-19 pandemic has highlighted the need for states to enact permanent statutes to enable access to digitally safe options to notarizing documents. Today, a total of 38 states have adopted the revised Uniform Law of Notarial Acts. Recently, this legislative body took action to ensure that online legal materials had the same level of integrity and reliability as the official printed version through the passage and enactment of the Uniform Electronic Materials Act. The revised Uniform Law of Notarials Act, being considered today, works in concert with that previous act and serves as a catalyst for convenient and safe platforms designed to meet the evolving needs of consumers. Simply put, it modernizes and adapts the existing notarial laws while maintaining the legal integrity of documents. AARP has been a champion for convenient, digitally safe methods to sign documents electronically, and this model legislation creates a framework to implement this statute in this territory. AARP sees this as being inherently important to family caregivers, particularly. Like many caregivers across the nation, Virgin Islanders serving as the primary caregiver for their older parents, spouses, and other loved ones often have legal authority to act on their behalf, pursuant to powers of attorney, guardianship, and other such arrangements. AARP is particularly concerned that all of the citizens and caregivers have continuous access to transact business and execute legal documents during this pandemic and beyond. The law provides access to this basic but essential service. In closing, it is important that the Virgin Islands be on the cutting edge of this digital age and be the first territory to permanently adopt the RULONA, thereby giving access to remote notarization. Accordingly, I urge you to vote in support of Bill number 34-0155, an act that provides access to legal and valid documentation for all Virgin Islanders. I thank each of you for considering this important bill, and I commend the sponsoring Senator Novelle E. Francis for modernizing the notarial laws to protect the public. I am available should you have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Troy Deshabert-Schuster. I just want to correct the record to indicate I mistakenly thanked the representative from the Lieutenant Governor's office as Ms. Brown, but is actually Attorney McLean Dulles McLean, who is a legal counsel for the Lieutenant Governor's office. If I mispronounce your name, please be sure to correct me. Next, we will hear from testifier Mr. Andrew C. Simpson, PC, Notary in the Island District of St. Croix. Attorney Simpson, you are recognized to render your testimony on record.
Thank you, Honorable Senator, and all senators present. I appreciate the opportunity to offer testimony in support of this legislation. I support it wholeheartedly. I've been an attorney in the Virgin Islands now for 32 years and a notary for 31 or 32 years. And I can speak from personal experience during the COVID pandemic as to the widespread shortage of people willing to render notary services I'm sure out of fear of the disease and because people were working from homes rather than offices. I received countless calls from people desperate to find a notary to help them conduct business that needed to be done during the pandemic. That problem has eased now, but it could easily come back. So I fully support the bill. It has been adopted in one state and is in the process of going through the same process we are in a couple of other states. And I suspect that it's only been around since September. I suspect within a relatively short time, many of the other states in the country will be adopting it. I don't think it is controversial at all. And the only criticism, if you will, I would have on the legislation is not the legislation itself, but I do suggest in my written testimony that Section 778A of Title 28 be amended to allow reasonable fees to be charged for notary services that are not done via remote means. By statute, the fee has been set at $5 per notary per seal since 1986, I believe. And around the country, fees are running much higher.
Excuse me, one moment.
Of the things that contributes.
One moment, Attorney Simpson. I think it would be beneficial to all of our members, especially our listening audience, if you would read into the record, since you're present, your letter that you sent on February 4th and incorporate it as part of your testimony, because you are speaking, I know, from the heart, but also you did have some very pointed recommendations to this proposed legislation in your letter, and I think it would be beneficial for all of our members, including our listening and viewing audience, to hear those recommendations. So if you'd be kind to read from your letter, that would be most appropriate and appreciated. Thank you.
I'll be happy to do that. As lawyers, we're used to summarizing and not telling the judge what we've already submitted in writing, but I understand your concern here. So I will dispense with the openings, but begin with thank you for the opportunity to offer testimony on the proposed Virgin Islands Uniform Law on Notarial Acts 2021. By way of brief background, I have been practicing law in the Virgin Islands since 1991 and became a notary public in 1993. Prior to making the Virgin Islands my home, I practiced law for 3 years in Louisiana and was a notary public there as well. I support Bill 34-0155 as it provides much needed modernization of Virgin Islands law relating to notarial acts. The proposed legislation tracks the language of the revised Uniform Law on Notarial Acts 2021. The 2018 version of the revised Uniform Law on Notarial Acts has enjoyed widespread adoption around the United States. One critical improvement in the 2021 version is the authorization for remote notarization. During the COVID-19 pandemic, access to notary public services around the country was restricted by safe distancing requirements and by notaries deciding not to offer the service in order to minimize their personal risk. Some state regulators felt they had the authority to adopt emergency regulations authorizing remote notary services. However, many regulators found that their respective states' statutory requirements would not allow this. Although the 2021 version was only approved by the Uniform Law Commission in September of 2021, it has already been adopted in New Jersey, and it has been introduced in the legislatures for Delaware, the District of Columbia, and Vermont, in addition, of course, to the Virgin Islands. I personally observed a shortage of notary services on St. Croix during the pandemic. During 2020 and 2021, I received numerous calls from people desperate to find a notary public who was offering services on St. Croix. The proposed legislation will help alleviate this problem by authorizing the performance of remote notarial acts. My only suggestion for improving the bill relates to the fees that are charged. Presently, the Virgin Islands Code imposes a maximum fee of $5 for notarizing a document. That fee was set in 1986 and has not been updated since. In California, the fee was changed in 2017 from $10 to $15 per notarial act. The bill before this committee would allow a fee of a maximum of $25 in cases of remote notarizations only, and keep the fee at $5 in all other cases. Further, neither current law nor the bill provides for the situation where a notary provides additional services, such as by traveling to the client's location. If the fee provision remains the way I have described above, the law of unintended consequences will cause a dramatic shift from in-person to remote notarizations. Why would a notary perform in-person notarizations at $5 each when an additional $20 can be earned by performing a remote notarization? In my opinion, we should follow the practice of 10 jurisdictions, and those are Alaska, Arkansas, Iowa, Kansas, Kentucky, Louisiana, Maine, Massachusetts, Tennessee, and Vermont, and not impose any restriction on the fee that may be charged. Instead, simply do as Arkansas does and require that the signer agree to the fee in advance. Thus, I would propose that Section D sub 4 in the bill be modified by deleting the proposed amendatory language for 28 Virgin Islands Code Section 778 sub A and substituting, and I use the number 4 referring to the provision in the bill, 4, in Section 778, strike subsection A in its entirety and insert a new subsection A to read as follows. A notary public may charge and collect reasonable fees that are established by the notary public and disclosed and agreed upon by the signer before the notarial act occurs. By allowing the free market to determine the price, we should avoid the situation that arose during the pandemic where it was almost impossible to find a notary public. This would also encourage more attorneys to offer notary services to the public rather than limiting their services to clients. With lawyers charging $300 to $500 per hour in this jurisdiction, it makes no sense to be distracted from higher paying work to be paid $5 for a 10 to 15 minute notarial act. Although I believe the free market approach is best, at a minimum, I recommend 1, establishing a maximum rate of $25 per notarial act, regardless of how it is performed, but 2, also allowing the Lieutenant Governor to adjust the maximum rate on an annual basis, as long as it does not go below $25 per notarial act. This will allow fees to be adjusted without the need to wait 36 years for the next amendment. Thank you again for the opportunity to offer testimony on this bill. I support its passage, but encourage you to simultaneously modernize the provisions relating to notarial fees. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Attorney Simpson, for reading your letter into the record. I wanted to make sure that it was clear to members, especially myself and the other primary sponsor, Senator Francis, and some of the recommendations that you have made, and also to share it with the Lieutenant Governor's office, as they have also made recommendation. The chair will now recognize Attorney Tom Bolt Chair of the Virgin Islands Uniform Law Commission, for his testimony on Bill number 34-0155. Attorney Bolt. Attorney Bolt, you need to turn on your mic. It's off, it's muted.
Oh, thank you there. Good morning, Madam Chair.
Morning.
Members of the, can you hear me now?
Can hear you now,
Could be
loud
a
and clear.
A Verizon commercial or something. Good morning, Madam Chair. Members of the 34th Legislature's Committee on Government Operations and Consumer Protection, senators, legislative staff, ladies and gentlemen, I'm Attorney Tom Bolt and appear before you today as the chair of the Virgin Islands Uniform Law Commission and a member of the National Conference's Legislative Council. I thank you for this opportunity to appear before you in support of Bill 340155. Early last year, I sent a letter to every member of this 34th legislature urging adoption of 3 uniform acts that facilitate government and private sector transactions during the pandemic that we are experiencing, which included the Uniform Electronic Legal Materials Act, which Madam Chair was a primary sponsor, the Uniform Electronic Wills Act, which was reported out to the floor on January 27th, 2020, and should be considered a companion bill with the 340155 before this body this morning. Bill number 340155 is another fundamental building block in modernizing our Virgin Islands law to incorporate and embrace technology. And it began with the Electronic Transactions Act some 2 decades ago. Bill number 340155, the Virgin Islands Law and Notarial Acts, also known as RULONA, R-U-L-O-N-A, the Revised Uniform Law on Notarial Acts. This legislation updates and modernizes the 1982 Uniform Law on Notarial Acts. It was first revised back in 2010 to update the provisions on notary responsibilities, electronic recording, interstate recognition, and remedies. It was further modified in 2018 to provide that a person seeking a notarization may appear before the notarial officer in person or using communications technology, to include provisions to assure the integrity and reliability of all notarized documents. As you recall, Senator Francis pointed this out earlier, that Governor Bryan authorized remote notarizations through an executive order during the present pandemic. And RULONA is designed to modernize and clarify the law governing notaries public, their responsibilities and duties, and to provide a stable infrastructure for the performance of notarial acts with respect to electronic records. The bill harmonizes treatment of notarization of all records, whether on paper or electronic. And it works together with the Uniform Electronic Transaction Act, which this legislature enacted some 18 years ago, and the Federal Electronic Signatures in Global and National Commerce Act of 2000, as well as the Uniform Real Property Electronic Recording Act, which this legislature enacted in 2009 in the 28th legislature. Bill number 340155 prevents incidents of conflicts of interest for notaries. The act prohibits notarial officers from acting in any transaction in which the officer or their spouse is a party or has a direct beneficial interest. Bill number 340155 preserves the integrity and reliability of notarized documents. It requires any person seeking notarization to appear in person before the notarial officer, who must verify the identity of the person and witness the signature or receive an acknowledgement or verification of the signature. The person may appear in the physical presence of the notarial officer or through communications technology. In the latter case, in addition to identification by the personal knowledge of the notary or verification by a witness, the notary may use two different technologies or processes to identify the person. In addition, the notary must be able to confirm that the record is the same one signed by the person and make an audio-visual recording of the notarial act. RELONA, or Bill number 340155, works with notarial acts conducted in other jurisdictions by providing for recognition of valid notarizations from other states and territories, from federally recognized American Indian tribes or nations, or under federal law or the law of foreign nations. Bill 340155 prevents false and deceptive advertising by prohibiting notarial officers from using the title notario publico and requires notaries who do advertise to state they cannot practice law or act as immigration counselors as a member of the Virgin Islands Bar. This, I must say that this has been a particular concern in the territory, in both the District of St. Thomas, St. John, and the District of St. Croix. Bill number 340155 provides minimum standards for receiving a commission, including optional provisions for surety bonds and the examination of applicants. The bill also includes optional provisions for the maintenance of journals of notarial acts. Bill number 340155 also includes provisions authorizing notaries to certify that a tangible copy of an electronic record is an accurate copy, and such a certified copy may be accepted for recording in the real estate records in the territory. Thank you, Madam Chair, and members of the committee for this opportunity to appear before you today. I would also like to introduce Caitlin Wolf, who's a subject matter expert on RELONA. Attorney Wolf is very versed in the provisions of Bill number 340155 and is prepared to present testimony on this important legislation. At the appropriate time, I'm prepared to address any questions that the members of this 34th legislature may have on Bill 340155. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Attorney Bolt, for your in-depth presentation and testimony. Attorney Caitlin Wolf from the National Uniform Law Commission, you are recognized to render your testimony. And before you do, Attorney Wolf, I'm looking through my emails. Did you send in a written statement? Or if you have...
No, Madam Chair, I have not submitted a written statement in advance.
Okay, but you are going to be presenting from a written statement, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so it would be beneficial, especially for our stenographers here, if you can submit your written statement after you testify. That is acceptable.
Absolutely, yes.
Kindly proceed.
Absolutely.
Kindly proceed.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. It is my distinct pleasure to be with you today to discuss Bill 34-0155, which, as you've heard already, would adopt the revised uniform law on notarial acts in the territory. It is, of course, also nicknamed RELONA. I did want to be brief in my comments today. You've already heard about several of the benefits of this Uniform Act, how it would harmonize the treatment of all notarial records, whether those are in physical paper form, whether they're electronic. You've heard quite a bit about one of the main updates in this piece of legislation, which is its permanent remote notarization framework. But I did want to offer a little bit of clarity on a comment I heard earlier. It was stated that Relona has only been adopted in one state so far, and I did want to clarify for the record, this piece of legislation has actually been adopted in 18 states so far, and it is pending in another 5 right now. I'm currently working with a few other secretaries of state. Just to offer a little clarity, though, there was some discussion on, of course, in the territory, there was a temporary executive order permitting remote notarization during the beginning of this pandemic, the beginning of this crisis. We started to see that across all of the states from 2020 onwards. What Relona does is it comes in and it offers a safe, consumer protective framework for the performance of remote notarial acts. What we did in 2021 was we made a small update to Relona, and that offers a remote online notarization process for tangible documents as well. So that is what is in the bill before you today. So there may have been a little bit of confusion on where this legislation was adopted, but I wanted to share with everybody that it has been adopted in 18 states thus far and is pending in 5 or 6 others at the moment. Really what this boils down to is this bill offers convenience, choice, and consumer protection. So I wanted to clarify for everyone as well that there has been a lot of discussion about remote notarization, which can be a fantastic tool. However, this legislation does not mandate that all notaries public in the territory perform remote notarizations. It is up to them whether or not they wish to offer that service. If they do, the legislation explains how they must communicate with the Lieutenant Governor's office, indicating that they wish to perform that service, and they need to meet the standards that are set out in the bill. So if folks are interested in only offering that traditional in-person paper remote notarization, that's still allowed and nobody will have to jump into the world of remote notarization. But of course, for consumers who are interested in that, who feel more comfortable logging on from the safety of their home for whatever reason to conduct their business, this allows them to do that in a safe way. And again, some of the consumer protections built into this bill include a journaling requirement where the notary public has to indicate all of the details of the transaction in a journal that he or she keeps. And then one key component is in the case of a remote notarization, there must be an audio-visual recording made of that entire transaction, and that must be retained for a period of 10 years. So in the case of if there's a question about the integrity of the process or the identity of the individual involved, we're able to go back and access that recording to view the transaction. So again, I'm grateful for being able to participate here today. I respectfully urge passage of Bill 340155, and I would be happy to take any questions at the appropriate time. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Attorney Wolf. Colleagues, we have this groundbreaking legislation before us for consideration. We will proceed with one round of 4 minutes. That's one round of 4 minutes. Before we proceed, we do have a letter to be read into the record from the President of the Virgin Islands Bar Association. Madam Clerk, kindly read the letter into the record.
Dear Senator Joseph, on behalf of the Virgin Islands Bar Association, I thank you for sending for our consideration Bill number 34-0155, an act amending Virgin Islands Code, Title III of the Virgin Islands Uniform Law on Notarial Acts, 2021, and amending and repealing conflicting laws on notary publics. The Virgin Islands Bar Association does not oppose Bill number 34-0155. However, we wish to make the following suggestions regarding the bill. First, the VIBA suggests that there be an increase in the number of notary publics in the United States Virgin Islands. Title 3, Virgin Islands Code, subsection 771A, has a cap of 600 notary publics within the territory, exclusive of public ex-official members of the Virgin Islands Bar Association. We suggest that the number of notaries public should either be raised or eliminated. Second, the Virgin Islands Bar Association suggests an increase in the notary fee from $5 to at least $10. Third, all notaries who are also attorneys barred in the practice law in the United States Virgin Islands must be required to be in good standing with the Virgin Islands Bar. Lastly, we suggest that the listing of all active notary public in good standing with the Lieutenant Governor's office be posted on the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. In conclusion, the Virgin Islands Bar Association does not oppose Bill number 34-0155 in its current form, however, suggests amending the bill in the manners listed above. Respectively submitted, Virgin Islands Bar Association, Alicia Adwani Esquire, President. Madam Chair, that will conclude the reading of the testimony.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, we will now proceed with a one round of 4 minutes, and we will begin with Senator Marvin Blyden. Senator Blyden, you're recognized.
Good morning.
You're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning to my colleague again, and good morning to the testifier. Thank you so much for your testimony. I do want to thank the sponsors for bringing this piece of legislation forward, Senator Francis and Senator Joseph, Bill number 34-0155. It has been some time since notary has been, the laws have been updated, and I believe that this actually does protect the consumer and makes it easier in terms of choice for the consumer. Let me ask Attorney Wolf. You spoke a little about the 18 states that's already approved such legislation, like 4 more in the pipeline. Can you speak a little bit to exactly how it will assist the individual and the notary public in respect to pricing? I know the bill says up to $25. What the average price, first of all, in most of those 18 states for this type of service?
Sure. Yes, Senator Blyden, thank you very much for the question, sir. So I will point out in the Uniform Act, we do not specify fees. So that is something that's typically set by the jurisdiction enacting the act, and it is a policy choice for you all to make. With that said, what I've seen in terms of fees across the various states, typically, we see that for Remote Notarization Act, we see a fee of around $25. That's not, out of line. So it's often about $25. And of course, it varies. So in terms of the initial cost for the remote notary to obtain a license or to obtain access to the software that he or she needs, there, of course, is an initial cost for that as well. And that will vary depending on the vendor. But in terms of a fee for the actual Remote Notarial Act, about $25 is what I've seen. And again, no matter what the Virgin Islands chooses with respect to that fee, that wouldn't impact the uniformity of this piece of legislation.
Okay, well, I do agree with many of the suggestions and amendments that was stated by the testifiers, and I believe that sponsors will likewise do what needs to be done to improve the legislation. But let me ask, in respect to the bill itself, I believe there's a portion that speaks to individuals who can sign for themselves, and that there should be they should have a second signature. So can you clarify for me how that works? Because I thought that what the notary public was for in terms of verifying, but how does that work? Because I know under HUD rules in the housing space, when you had elders who really could not sign, were blind, etc. But I usually had to have someone there with me as a witness to sign along with them, like putting an X for the name. How will that work in terms of this legislation? How does that work in terms of the law?
Yes, sir. So, Senator, happy to answer that question. You're right. So we do provide a provision in the bill that does allow, in the case of if somebody's physically unable to sign for whatever reason, they can indicate another person is able to sign on their behalf. And that's perfectly allowed. And in essence, there we do require the notary, the notarial officer who's performing the notarization. They would have to indicate that, you know, the signature is affixed by this other individual on behalf of the person, so that it's clear for the record that they were signing it under the direction of the individual who could not sign, which is another important consumer protection. But yes, that we specifically allow in the case of somebody who cannot sign, another individual can sign on their behalf and under their direction.
Okay, very well. I'm happy to hear that. I'm clear. I do support the legislation, Mr. Schuster. Before I go on, Madam Chair, Mr. Schuster, do you have anything to add in terms of what it means for our elderly population in the territory? Bishop?
Yeah, well, this is yes, if I may continue to answer, Chairwoman.
And thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
You may proceed, Mr. Shabert Schuster. You may proceed and answer on the chair's time.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Senator, and thank you, Senator Blyden, for the question. When it comes to our older population, we see that so many of them have some mobility challenges. And so for them to leave their home, to go physically to a notary public, to notarize a document is very challenging, and especially for the caregivers. I mean, I have an example in my own family. My mother is a bit limited in her mobility these days, and just recently she had to sign and notarize, get an important document notarized, and we went through a lot of work trying to find a notary public who would come to her home and do that and to make all of those arrangements. Whereas if we could have just done that electronically, it would have been so easy. It makes it easier on our older people here in the Virgin Islands as well as caregivers, such as myself, you know, so we can streamline the process and get things done easily. And that's one of the reasons why AARP is so much in favor of this measure. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Senator Blyden, and thank you so much, Mr. Dishabert Schuster. We'll now have 4 minutes to be allotted to Senator Francis Heiliger, Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. You are recognized for your 4 minutes.
Hi, good day. How are you? Good afternoon once again to my colleagues, to the testifiers. As I was reading through this piece of legislation, I have to admit it was somewhat unique in regards to where I had quite a bit of concerns. I am very funny about signatures and notary, and some of the things that I was seeing in here, you know, were from a perspective of having to deal with situations in the past where individuals had gotten into situations where certain things had happened just because documents were notarized. I was very alarmed. But I am always one in believing to give everything a fair opportunity once I am learning about it, and then I could make a decision accordingly. I wanted to ask some questions specifically. The part that it says, I wanted to ask, do you guys believe that remote notarization is going to diminish the reliability of a notarized document? Because that's where a lot of people are going to be concerned about. If doing this remotely, what kind of issues could potentially come about it? And is this going to devalue what a notarized document is? Anyone on the panel could answer.
Senator, I think it would enhance the security with regard to notarization. I mean, it's unheard of that, you know, with a regular notarization that you're going to videotape and record these, and you've got to keep those records for 10 years. And I mean, that in itself, I mean, that's unbelievable. I mean, I've been a notary in the Virgin Islands now for, close to 40 years. And, and I just think, there's a number of enhancements that are in 340155 that I think that, again, I think that it will be a good thing for the territory.
Mr. Schuster, I want to ask you a question. In regards to the fee, is there a fee that you think would be appropriate? Because I know what I see here, but do you think those numbers are something that's feasible in this day and age? Your mic.
Yep. Yeah. Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Senator Francis Heiliger. I had to unmute my mic. I don't think that the fee of $25 is prohibitive.
Okay.
We are in an inflationary period. As was mentioned before, there is a cost associated with the software to provide this kind of service. There is a cost for the notary bonds. Every year, the notaries public have to purchase a notary bond. They have to pay a fee to the Lieutenant Governor's office to be a notary. And so, all of that is an expense. So to go from $5 to something higher, I think is very important to make it feasible for the notaries public. And I don't see $25 as being prohibitive because, it's not something that you're doing presumably every week or every month, it's occasionally. Thank you.
Okay. Do you think that there's going to be like technological hurdles for individuals that are utilizing this form of notary?
Well, at AARP, we see that there's a lot of challenges, especially beyond the age of 70. We find that people younger than the age of 70 are more technologically attuned. But everybody, most people, I should say, will have a caregiver or a loved one who can help them to carry out this task.
Mr. Bolt, Attorney Bolt, I know earlier you talked about the video and all of this. Do you believe that with this piece of legislation that there are enough protections in place to guarantee the basic sanctity of a notarized document or a notarized transaction through this process? Do we need anything else, or you think this is enough?
I think it is enough. A couple things I would point out, Senator, and I believe that Attorney McLean can answer this, but it is my understanding in meeting with the Office of the Lieutenant Governor and their notarial staff is that there is a plan within the Office of Lieutenant Governor to raise notary fees. There would be certainly an expense beyond regular notarial expenses to do the remote notarization, because you have to get software, you've got to get the video, you got to store the video, you've got to, all the things that you've got to do. But I believe, and again, Attorney McLean will correct me, but I understand that the plan is that by April, I think this legislation has got 180 days delayed effective date, but it is their plan to raise these fees. One of the things that I would also say is I think you provide a public service, and I have seen a situation during the pandemic where there were no notaries, and like somebody, we needed somebody within our office. I was not there, and the other notaries weren't there, and somebody wanted to charge like $200 to come notarize a document.
Oh, wow.
So, I think that it's well worth, just let the Lieutenant Governor to deal with this as they deem appropriate.
Okay. Well, I think I heard my time call, but it turned clean. Did you wanted to add anything? You good?
Just to echo Attorney Bolt's statement.
Alrighty. Thank you so much, Madam Chair, for the time, and I appreciate the answers.
fees,
Attorney
which will
McLean,
have
Attorney McLean, one moment.
notarial.
One moment,
um, be at a
Attorney
cost.
McLean, you were coming in a bit. Attorney McLean? Hello, Attorney McLean? You were coming in a bit choppy with your initial response. So if you can start from the beginning, because we didn't hear you, and I'm sure that our stenographers did not hear you. Are you hearing me? Attorney McLean? The committee, Attorney McLean? The committee will, Attorney McLean, are you?
Room.
Attorney McLean, I'm sorry. Can you hear me?
So about 20.
Okay, we're gonna stand in recess for about a minute so we could clear up that and get back on the record, because we definitely want to hear what Attorney McLean is saying. The Committee on Government Operation and Consumer Protection stands in recess for 1 minute. The Committee on Government Operations and Consumer Protection is back on the record. Attorney McLean, kindly begin from the beginning. We were having some internet issues and we could not hear anything that we heard a little bit. It was a bit choppy, but we couldn't hear most of what you said. So if you could respond to Senator Alma Francis Heiliger question on the record. Kindly proceed.
Yeah, thank you, Senator. Sorry about that. Are you hearing me now?
Loud and clear.
Okay, wonderful. So I was confirming Attorney Bolt's statement that the fees are going to be increased April 1, 2020. The new fee for notarial each notarial act will now be $15, and the maximum fee for travel will be $25. We'll also be increasing all of the associated with renewals and commissions and apostilles as well. Does that?
Thank you so much. Yes, it carried and we clearly understood what you said. Our next senator to be recognized for their 4 minutes is Senator Milton E. Potter. Senator Potter, I am so sorry. I skipped one of my good senators from the St. Croix district, Senator Franklin D. Johnson. You are recognized for your 4 minutes.
Good afternoon. You're in St. Croix. Good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon to the viewers. Good afternoon to the testifiers. Mr. Bolt, is there a fine for public notaries that certify, especially immigration documents that are wrongfully translated?
There's anything specific as to immigration documents, I think that there probably are penalties. And again, I would yield to the Office of Lieutenant Governor as far as penalties for improper notarization. As Attorney McLean has stated, I believe that there have been like some 4 cases that they have prosecuted on improper notarization over the past year. So, I mean, I would yield to Attorney McLean.
Attorney McLean?
Yes, Senator. We have been vigorously regulating notaries. Every time a complaint comes along, Ms. Brown, who is here with me, she investigates, she meets with the notaries, she examines their journals, she asks about the circumstances surrounding the complaint. And so far, just in the last 2 years, we've had to discipline 7 notary publics for various issues related to improper notaries. With respect to the immigration issue in particular, in this legislation, you'll notice that there is, in the Latin community in the Virgin Islands, there is a notario publico, which often gets confused with a notary. And that notario can perform quasi-legal acts in those other jurisdictions, but not in the Virgin Islands. So this legislation actually addresses that, makes it illegal for our notaries to operate in that capacity, and provides some disclaimer language when it comes to working with immigration documents or providing immigration services in particular.
And what are some of the penalties for these type of behaviors?
You know, the biggest thing we see is the failure to keep their journal properly. And also some of the issues that Attorney Francis Heiliger mentioned, which is people show up and the purse is not before them. Notaries notarize documents and the purse is not physically present. We also had some issues during the time of the pandemic because there's no way to validate the integrity or the reliability, as Attorney Bolt said, of the documents, because what people are doing is they were getting on a Zoom call or WhatsApp, showing an ID, signing a piece of paper, then mailing or emailing it to the notary, and the notary would just affix his or her signature and seal. But there was no way to guarantee that the document, that as it left the sign, document received by the notary. So the integrity wasn't there, the reliability of the document wasn't there. And Ms. Brown had to speak to a few notaries and say, you don't want to do that because you have not confirmed or validated that this is the same document that signer signed that you are now notarizing. So we had some issues with that. And then the last big issue, I think people just don't understand electronic notarization, and they don't understand that it's actually a software, a tool you have to buy that allows you to put in those safeguards where you know, the notary knows what the notary is notarizing, and there's an audiovisual recording, and there's integrity throughout the whole process.
So are there fines and suspension for notaries who violate these policies and guidelines? And if so, what are they?
Do, and in fact, how many we've actually had, I believe, 3 notaries turn in their seals. We actually, take away their seals.
Approximately how many notaries do we have in the public?
Time.
If I might wrap up,
I'm sorry?
Madam Chair. Approximately how many notaries do we have in the territory?
3.
You may proceed. Attorney McLean, you can answer the question.
Oh, I'm sorry. By law, the statute allows for 600 notaries. Currently, we're oversubscribed at 605. Whoa. But that's regular persons. There's still the special notaries who notarize just for government offices, and then there are the attorneys who are all allowed to become notaries, and there are a lot of them in this territory.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Senator Johnson. Senator Milton E. Potter, you are recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to the testifiers who are here before us today. Attorney McLean, good afternoon to you. I wanted to follow up on a question that my colleague from Frederiksted posed regarding the number of notaries, and you answered that currently there are 605 or so notaries. Are you in support of the Bar Association's suggestion to lift the cap on notaries?
I don't think that's necessary, especially because so many, are notaries. There's no cap on that. The 605, the 3 islands, they're government notaries. As it is a lot to keep the notaries. I think probably what people just feel like, well, I don't know a notary, so therefore no one else knows a notary. But people, they're notaries around. People drive with them on their cars. You can call into the office. Ms. Brown will tell you who's an active notary in your area. Most attorney offices just pop in. Like Attorney Simpson said, he got calls during the pandemic because people know attorneys usually have notary capabilities within their offices. So I think we're fine at this point.
Okay. I know that the principal function of a notary public really is to authenticate documents. And, when you pose this option of having an e-document, this e-document process, you tend to get a little uneasy and nervous about the potential for fraud. But clearly with the utilization, I was educated today about the utilization of a software, and the statements by Attorney Wolf and Attorney Bolt and yourself was that this process might even be more secure than the in-person, normal paper process that is currently being utilized. Can anyone expound or share with us how that process would look like? If this bill were to pass and I decided I would like to have my document notarized electronically, how would that process look from beginning to end? Anyone? Attorney Wolf, you want to take that one?
Sure, Senator. Thank you. And I would be happy for Attorney McLean to help fill in anything I may miss. But the way that we contemplate the process happening under this bill is the Office of the Lieutenant Governor has to keep a public list, a database essentially, of all of the notaries who would be offering remote notarization services. So if you're interested in obtaining a remote notarization of a document, you could simply go to the Lieutenant Governor's website, get a list, figure out which notary may be in your area that offers that service, connect with him or her, and essentially once you're in touch with that notary, they will be able to send you, the appropriate link to connect with them. You'll have an appointment to talk with this notary, and then essentially what it looks like is in the comfort of your own home or office, you would be on your computer or your iPad, and you would securely connect with this remote notary. Another important thing we didn't mention earlier was the notary would have to be physically located on the territory. I may be located elsewhere, but essentially we would be connected with each other. We would have to go through an identity proofing process for me to show the notary who I am, to prove that I am Caitlin Wolf, who I say I am. And there's a process we would have to go through for that. The entire remote notarization, identity proofing, all the way through the signing would be recorded and retained for a minimum of 10 years. And essentially, me and the notary would both be communicating through the computer, and we would both see each other and get to see who's signing the document. We'd look at the same document, and that document, that electronic document, would also have to be tamper-proof as well. So in essence, yeah, it's all an electronic process. Hopefully that helps to explain, Senator, what it would look like.
It does, and I appreciate that. And if the illustrious chair would just be a little generous so that I can move forward with one more question, very briefly.
I am usually very generous with you in particular.
Thank you very much.
You're
welcome.
welcome.
I appreciate that. The cost of the software appeared to be the justification for the difference in the fees for in-person versus the electronic process. What is the cost, generally speaking, of securing the software so that I would, as a notary, I would be able to utilize, this process? Is it something that would justify the, $10 recommended difference between in-person versus online?
Well, I can answer that if you like. So, from our perspective in the Office of the Lieutenant Governor, it is an expensive system to get. The people who have expressed to us are usually attorneys who, just for the ease of doing business and for to make life easier for their clients, they're already other services. And so to be able to notarize documents, which they already do, wet signature, to be able to offer an electronic notarizing process, we find that works better for attorneys. The market will let us know for the private attorneys, but definitely for the private notaries, but definitely for the attorneys, they've indicated to us that the investment may be worth it for them.
All right, thank you very much for your response. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the time.
You're more than welcome, Senator Potter. Kindly place 4 minutes on the timer for me, Madam Clerk. And I will endeavor to stick to my 4 minutes. That's my New Year's resolution. I'm not doing very well with it. I wanted to ask a couple of questions in particular to Attorney McLean. Attorney McLean, I think I recall seeing in the bill that there was a possibility for documents notarized by notaries in the States to be also recognized here in the Virgin Islands. Is that in play currently, or does this legislation now puts that into play? Or the like?
I'm not sure I understand the question. When you say documents notarized in the States, meaning?
Well, do documents?
What kind of?
Well, documents, any type of legal documents that have been notarized by an off-island notary, is that currently something that is also recognized here in the Virgin Islands? I see Attorney Bowles' head shaking. Maybe he would be better equipped to answer that question.
Yes. Senator,
go ahead, Attorney.
We routinely accept, the Office of the Recorder of Deeds routinely accepts notarization on deeds and other documents that are signed throughout the United States. So yes, we do that already.
Okay, great. And so if we could understand by step, how does a person become a notary public who is not an attorney, a barred attorney?
Yeah, Ms. Brown, who is the notary supervisor, will answer that.
I muted mine. You can do that. Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, everyone, the listening public. Brown, I'm the supervisor of notary. First, there's an application you have to fill out. It's very easy. It goes in 2 phases. The first phase, you're going to fill out that application along with an affidavit, and you will send that in to the Lieutenant Governor for approval. He will then send you a letter once approved and you meet the qualifications. He will send you a letter saying you're now been approved and you can start with step 2. Step 2 is where you get bond, you turn in all your IDs, you go ahead, pay your fee. What else? Show proof of citizenship, you get character reference letter, number of steps you have to go through in order to qualify, and then only original documents we are accepting. So you turn all of those documents into us for approval, and then you move on to step 3, where your documents are sent to the Supreme Court for your bond to be approved by the Honorable Chief Justice of the Virgin Islands. After that, it's returned, and then the Lieutenant Governor prepares his certificate and letter saying you're now approved. You get that in the mail. It's then come back to us with your oath and seal, and that is your final step to become a notary. So it's quite a process. It's done in 3 phases. It's lengthy, it's worth it, and I don't think the process should be changed. It's working for us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Brown. I do have a question relative to the process because I am familiar with someone who became a notary in a state and they had to go through a class. They also were tested before they became a notary public. And I wanted to ask Ms. Wolf, in her experience in dealing with this piece of legislation throughout the various 18 states, and also, see, I'm not making my time, and the other 5 pending states that are looking to enact this legislation. Are you familiar with the process that is involved for somebody to become a notary in the states? And if you can talk about that compared to what Ms. Brown spoke about.
Yes, Chair. I would be happy to. So in Relona, we do have several provisions which do touch on what Ms. Brown just said. So sort of the basic qualifications, the basic application process. And from what I've seen and experienced, a lot of that is quite similar to what Ms. Brown articulated already. And then in terms of an examination requirement, that sort of thing, we do have, we had optional language that we put into Relona, leaving it up to the enacting state or territory about if it wanted to impose an examination requirement on individuals becoming notaries. And that sort of varies state by state. But in terms of the actual application process, qualifications for becoming a notary public, it's pretty standard across the states and territories, and it's quite similar to what Ms. Brown has shared with the committee.
Thank you so much, Attorney Wolf. Thank you so much, testifiers. We have exhausted all of our time on discussion on this legislation. We will now ask our good senator, Senator Novell E. Francis Jr., the prime sponsor of this legislation, to ask his questions.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Chair, and also thank you to all of the testifiers and their support for this very important measure. By far, this is a very comprehensive bill. It's 36 pages. And again, we try to have modernize and really create a policy shift. In our new normal, whether we want to accept it or not, we have to continue to utilize technology and do things differently. Before, it was inconceivable for us to even conduct a committee hearing virtually. And this pandemic has created an environment where, again, most of that have to be done virtually in some instances. There's always an opportunity for fraud. Hence, that's why there's laws, right? And that's why there are penalties when you violate those rules, policies, or laws. And the best, coming from a law enforcement background, 25 years, you know, the only way that you're going to send a strong message is when you have that violators, those individuals that are going to test the system and break the laws, break policies, rules, then they have to be held accountable. They have to be held accountable. And when they're held accountable, also we want to publicize that so that those individuals that may be considering or thinking about breaking the laws would understand that there is a penalty phase for it, and hopefully we'll see that they walk in line with what's required by law. So, we will never be able to move a measure forward without some attempt for that violation, but we have a responsibility then to make sure that they're held accountable. I really want to thank the AARP for their continued partnership and support, as well as Attorney Bolt in moving a lot of these measures forward. It is critical that we do that. And, some of these uniform laws, we continue to move those so that we could be able to address industry standard. And when we speak, we're able to recognize that throughout the United States, all of the expectations will be the same. I heard a lot of discussion today regarding the fees and the need for us to increase the fees. I'm going to leave that up to the Lieutenant Governor's office for them to create the rules and regs, and we'll be amending this measure to make that determination, what that fee should look like. I'm hoping that it'll be somewhat reasonable in that increase, and I heard you loud and clear, Attorney Simpson, that in fact it needs to be increased. It's been around since the 80s, and certainly we want to gradually make that increase. Perhaps not going all the way up to $25 overnight, but maybe midway, somewhere along the line, rather than that drastic increase one way. I wanted to ask, in respect to the, I heard that there is a software that might be available for the online notary. Is there an opportunity for you to utilize the platform of Zoom or Teams or those other means again and store this information in the cloud that would assist so that you don't have a costly software that then the notarial or the notary publics will have to actually procure when already there's only a couple of dollars that goes towards the notarizing of documentation. Is there Zoom or Teams that could be utilized for that storage of information and documentation? Attorney McLean?
This is Attorney McLean from Lieutenant Governor's office. From the trials that we've done, you can go online to any of these softwares and try them for like 30 days. It comes inbuilt. That platform it's part of the package. So I don't know if it can work independently with Teams or with Zoom. I think it's just an integrated package that you get and you perform the act through that package. Correct me if I'm wrong, Attorney Wolf.
Attorney Wolf?
You're right, Attorney McLean. The way that the legislation is drafted and the way that sort of the marketplace is working right now, you would not utilize your current Zoom or Microsoft Teams software for this. You would use another vendor specifically that has higher security standards, tamper-evident technology, so that we can have those consumer protection safeguards we mentioned. So it is a more enhanced than just a Microsoft Teams or Zoom.
Very well understood. And Attorney McLean, help me to understand in respect to the 600 or so, 605, I think you mentioned, of the registered notary publics. Are you saying that that should suffice? Should we, if not eliminate the cap, at least increase the numbers to allow for some additionals? Or what is your position on that?
The 605 is great. Like I said, especially when we think that 605 number is supplemented by the hundreds of attorneys that on island. And they're small islands. It's on, I think that's quite generous for the small island. And when you think that they're government notaries who specifically work with government documents, that takes those out of circulation. So I think comfortable with our current notary public quotient at this point.
Very well. Thank you for that. Of course, we don't want to water down the process, so that's understood. Madam Chair, thank you very much for the opportunity, and I'm ready to move this measure forward for a vote at the appropriate time.
Thank you so much, Senator Francis. We will be amending this legislation in the Committee on Rules and Judiciary should it successfully pass out. Both the proponent, the sponsors of this legislation, are members of the Rules and Judiciary Committee, and of course we have the chairman who is also a member of this committee who is here present today. So we will be sure to take in advice what was said today relative to assuring that the bill is properly amended to reflect the testimony here today. Do I hear a motion? Senator Novell E. Francis Jr., you're recognized for your motion.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair and colleagues, I move that Bill number 34-0155, an act amending the Virgin Islands Code Title 3, Chapter 29, relating to notaries, notarial officers, and notarial acts by adding subchapter 3, enacting the Virgin Islands Uniform Law on Notarial Acts of 2021, and amending and repealing conflicting laws on notary public, be approved by the Committee of Government Operation and Consumer Protection and sent forward to the Committee of Rules and Judiciary for further consideration and action. I so move.
Second, Javon James.
Okay, the motion, the bill has been properly moved, 34-0155, by Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. It was seconded by Senator Franklin D. Johnson and Senator Javon E. James Sr. Roll call on bill number 34-0155.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden.
Yay.
Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger.
Yes.
Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Javon E. James Sr.
Yes.
Senator James Sr., yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph.
Yes.
Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter. Yes. Senator Potter, yay. Madam Chair, you have 7 yeas.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 34-0155, an act amending the Virgin Islands Code, Title 3, Chapter 29, relating to notaries, notarial officers, and notarial acts by adding subchapter 3, enacting the Virgin Islands Uniform Law on Notarial Acts 2021, and amending and repealing conflicting laws on notary publics has been favorably approved in the Committee on Government Operation and Consumer Protection and will be forwarded to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary for further action and consideration. Colleagues, we have completed our agenda for this morning, and I really want to thank you for that. Before we break for lunch, I would like to ask all of the testifiers to please present a 30-second remarks and wrap up. If you would like to, we could begin with, of course, Attorney McLean from the Office of the Lieutenant Governor.
Thank you for taking this very important step today, and we appreciate it in the Office of the Lieutenant. You have strengthened the work that we have been doing, and we will continue to discharge faithfully in this area. Thank you for your support.
Thank you, Attorney McLean. Mr. Troy A. DeChabert Schuster, you're recognized for your 30 seconds wrap up.
Yes, thank you, Senator Joseph, for entertaining this bill in your committee, and I thank especially Senator Francis for sponsoring the bill. And I must say that it's always a pleasure from the AARP perspective working with this legislature when it comes to enacting legislation that's important to our membership and the entire 50-plus population of the Virgin Islands. All of you are always most cooperative, and on behalf of AARP, I thank all of you.
You're more than welcome. I don't see Mr. Andrew C. Simpson, Attorney Simpson, here online, so I'll proceed with asking Attorney Tom Bolt to proceed with your 30 seconds wrap up.
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you so much for this opportunity today on this important legislation. I think now we can turn our attention to something that is of concern to all Virgin Islanders, and I think we'll be coming hand in hand with AARP on this, and that's with regard to our probate code. We really need to work on that, Article 2 and 3, and we hope to have that very shortly. There's several other things that I know that the Virgin Islands Bar Association is looking at. As Attorney McLean would say, there are things in the corporate field that we need to address that are uniform acts. So we hope to be back before you. But thank you so much, and look forward to the final adoption of this legislation.
Thank you so much, Attorney Bolt. Attorney Wolf, you are recognized for your 30 seconds wrap up.
Thank you very much, Senator Joseph. Just wanted to say thank you to everybody for the opportunity to participate today. There were so many thoughtful questions and discussion here. And I just wanted to thank, and specifically Senator Francis for your sponsorship of the bill, your leadership on this incredibly important issue, as well as yourself, Senator Joseph. Looking forward to working with you all as this bill marches through the process. It's also been a pleasure to work with AARP, as well as the Office of Lieutenant Governor on this subject. You all do great work, and it's a pleasure anytime we can team up with you. Thank you.
Thank you also, Attorney Wolf, for being present today and, of course, rendering your testimony. Testifiers, I want to thank all of you for making time today to first sending your testimonies and then to be here virtually to present your testimony and ask questions of the committee members. All of you are released from your testimony before the Committee on Government Operation and Consumer Protection for today. Again, thank you so much for your testimony. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr., you have a point of personal privilege?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Just real quickly, I want to thank the testifiers as well for being here today and offering their testimony on this particular piece of legislation. Is very important, as well as to inform them that we will be reaching out. My office will be reaching out to them in terms of some of the recommendations they have made to amend this legislation, and I just want to thank them for putting forth their recommendations. As we continue to move towards the accreditation and updating of the Lieutenant Governor's office and all these bills or laws that have been in the books for quite some time, and try to modernize those issues. So, keep them coming, and we'll do our part to keep them moving here at the legislature. Thank you very much, colleagues, for your support on this measure. And again, thank you to the testifiers for taking the time out today. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity.
You're welcome, Senator Francis. The Committee on Government Operations and Consumer Protection will stand in recess until 2 o'clock this afternoon. Testifiers against you are released. We are back on record. Madam Clerk, kindly read into the record the next item on our agenda for today.
Block 3. The committee will receive testimony on the Department of Planning and Natural Resources operations to include but not limited to enabling law and jurisdiction, current agency challenges, and plan of action to resolve challenges. The invited testifier is the Honorable Jean-Pierre L. Oriol, Commissioner, Department of Planning and Natural Resources. Madam Chair, that will be the end of Block 3.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Commissioner Jean-Pierre Oriol, you are present. I see you, and I see also that your Assistant Commissioner Keith Richards is attempting to sign in. We do have someone who had indicated that they wanted to also be present and testify. So, but before I do that, I will recognize you and try to recognize the testifier also who is here. And just kindly speak into the record, so we're doing a microphone check. Your name, Commissioner Jean-Pierre Oriol.
Good afternoon, Senator. Jean-Pierre Oriol, Commissioner, Department of Planning and Natural Resources.
And you're joined by your Assistant Commissioner.
Yes, good afternoon, Keith Richards, Assistant Commissioner, DPNR.
Yes, and we have another testifier. Could you please place your name on the record? She's joining us. Okay, I'm not hearing her, but nonetheless. Commissioner.
Senator.
Yes?
Are you referring to me?
Yes, I'm so sorry. Place your name on the...
I'm sorry.
Yes, please place your name on the record.
My name is Kathleen Vargo.
Ms. Vargo, yes. Kathleen Vargo, thank you so much for joining us today. Commissioner Oriol, you may proceed with placing your testimony on the record. We cannot hear you, Commissioner Oriol. I think you're on mute. You're muted.
Yeah.
Start
Sorry
from the
about that.
beginning.
Is this better?
That is so much better. Thank you so much.
All right. So good day, Senator Carla Joseph, Chair of the 34th Legislature's Committee on Government Operation and Consumer Protection, other committee members, non-committee members, and legislative staff present, and members of the viewing and listening public. My name is Jean-Pierre L. Oriol, Commissioner for the Department of Planning and Natural Resources. We are present today to present the following updates at the Chair's request. Updates on efforts in formulating the Comprehensive Land and Water Use Plan and the updates to the zoning code. Status of the installation of the moorings in Round Bay, St. John. Statement of all federal and local government funding received, awarded, allocated, obligated, and expended, which is required to operate the department as of December 31st, 2021. Status of hiring, enforcement, and all other relevant personnel, and current departmental challenges and plan of action to resolve challenges. To begin with the zoning code updates, the department hired external counsel to assist finalizing the updates and placing them in bill format as was originally requested by the 31st legislature. The updates were completed late last year, and the draft bill is being forwarded to the Office of Legal Counsel at Government House for legal sufficiency before being sent to the legislature for review and approval. With respect to the Comprehensive Land and Water Use Plan, the department is in what we hope to be the final stages of negotiations with the vendor selected to provide professional services for the creation of the Comprehensive Land and Water Use Plan. Discussions between the department and the vendor have been spearheaded by Assistant Commissioner Richards, and we are anxious to get the contract finalized and begin working by early this spring. Status of the installation of moorings in Round Bay. To provide some background for members of the committee, DPNR requested and received funding to install demarcation lines and mooring buoys in Round Bay to alleviate some of the user conflicts. A team of DPNR divers did an assessment of the bay and created some recommendations for where a swoon buoy line should be installed, where ingress and egress to the shore should be allowed, and where the placement of moorings could be installed to protect the bottom resources while allowing vessels visiting the bay to continue the use and enjoyment of the area. A map depicting the locations based on the bottom resources is provided for your reference. The department anticipates beginning this project any day now. We were underway to have this project completed in September. However, the vendor experienced some setbacks. When we attempted to bring the project back online, it is a department that now encountered an issue. The processing issues are being corrected, and we are working with the vendor on a notice to proceed. For funding, rather than go through individually, as requested, please see the attached spreadsheet detailing federal awards issued to the department. The spreadsheet provides a summary of awards by each division for your review. Vacancies. During fiscal year 2022, DPNR has posted over 20 vacancies. We have filled several key vacancies, including 2 curator positions within our division of libraries, archives, and museums, 3 inspector positions for the coastal zone management and environmental protection programs, and 2 financial management positions. In addition, 2 existing peace officers will be joining our team, and a 3rd is set to begin the police academy later this month. We recently received confirmation from the person selected to become the next librarian for the Elaine Ione Sproul Library on St. John, and we're in the process of recruiting another librarian for St. Croix. As of the week of February 14th, 2022, we have 1 active vacancy posted, but that is because other recent postings have closed, and we will begin conducting interviews for the environmental planner and environmental engineer positions. As more of our grants come online, we will have a number of postings opening up, and we anticipate openings to be up by the end of this month. Disaster recovery. DPNR has all 25 of its project worksheets obligated with, DPNR has all 25 of its project worksheets obligated. Minor repairs to the DPNR enforcement building in Anna's Hope are completed, and the exterior lighting repairs of the Charles W. Turnbull Library are currently underway. The respective notices to proceed for the repairs to the Sproul Library and Florence Williams Library have been issued, and the work will begin on February 17th on St. John and February 23rd on St. Croix. We anticipate a 3rd bid process for the Peterson Library will be out sometime in March. I'm very pleased to announce that the capital repairs to the Charles W. Turnbull Library are currently out for bid, with the posting closing on March 8th. The project is scheduled to be a 150-day contract, which, after completion, brings much needed relief to the staff and the library patrons. And although not a disaster recovery project, we also have contracted for the demolition at the old WAPA building and subbase, which will be the future home of the DPNR main offices. We also have several projects in or near design completion, such as the repairs to the DPNR St. John office building and the INIDBA facility. We anticipate being out for bid on both of these projects within 90 days. The scope of work for the repairs to Fort Christian should be completed within 90 days, and we are kicking off the working group overseeing the repairs to Fort Frederick. In addition to our own projects, DPNR is also administering a number of relief programs. The Fisheries Relief Program. Hurricane Fisheries Disaster Relief Program was launched in June of 2020, and as of January 2022, we have liquidated over $6.5 million in direct assistance payments. We have submitted a request to our grantor agency to give an additional $5,000 payment to all Phase 2 applicants, which will result in over $7 million paid out directly. However, we are still waiting approval of this request from NOAA. As part of the disaster recovery program, we have purchased safety kits for all registered commercial fishers. These kits were prepared pursuant to the U.S. Coast Guard requirements by our vendor, Neptune Fishing. The safety kits were delivered last week and distribution began this week. Fisheries CARES Act 1 and 2. The department has received approximately $3.7 million in funding to administer a stimulus program to support our recreational and commercial fishers from the impacts of COVID-19. As DPNR is not a subject matter expert in financial documentation, and rather than hiring a private contractor, DPNR is partnering with the VI Economic Development Authority for the implementation of this program. As it is similar to the CARES Act stimulus program run by the EDA in 2020, they will use their existing infrastructure, or their portals, for the processing of applications. The MOU between our agencies and contractual review, once the program launches, there will be a pre-release campaign. Then the application period will be open for a fixed amount of time. Once closed, the total amount of eligible funds requested will be divided by the number of applicants, and that is how the stimulus will be determined. The entire program should be completed within 90 days. The VI Historic Recovery Program. The VI Historic Recovery Program was launched in November 2020, and the eligibility phase of the program concluded in March 31st, 2021. SHPA received 233 applications with an estimated $26 million requested. 150 applications were deemed eligible by the Department of Interior, with 10 being declared ineligible. Step 2 applications were sent to the 150 eligible applicants, with slightly over 40 applications returned to the program. Scoring on the returned Step 2 applications occurred last week in partnership with the Puerto Rico State Historic Preservation Office, and awards on the scored applications will commence next month. USVI Marine Debris Clean Sweep. DPR is also administering 2 derelict vessel cleanup projects, one in the St. Thomas, St. John district, the other in the St. Croix district. The cleanup in the St. Thomas, St. John district is complete, with over 30 vessels plus other objects having been removed from Flamingo Pond, Water Island, Benner Bay, St. Thomas, and Coral Bay, St. John. The St. Croix project has just commenced, and approximately 15 vessels will be removed, primarily from the Salt River area. We're also in the process of finalizing a contract for the removal of derelict barges in Crum Bay, St. Thomas. These derelict barges have been sunken for almost 3 decades, and we finally have the means to facilitate their removal and improve the bulkhead area for additional economic activity. Virgin Islands Council of the Arts stimulus grants. The National Endowment for the Arts provided stimulus funding to the VI Council of the Arts as supplemental funds to their grant award program. BICA received slightly over $500,000, and they have disbursed around 90% of the funds to their grantees. Challenges. Consistent across the entire VI government, the largest challenge for us is staffing. We simply do not have enough personnel for all of the work that needs to be undertaken. Particularly for the technical inspection positions, we are not seeing enough applicants to our vacancies. We have had some success in hiring UVI students for our biological science-based positions, and we are hoping to see an expansion to some of our non-biological programs, for example, doing internships with students to assist with our IT needs. We have taken advantage of interpersonnel agreements with our federal grantor agencies and continue to employ fellows and contractor positions. We are also doing direct recruitment and not just relying on our postings. We've sent our legal counsel positions to career service senators at law schools such as Howard University School of Law, the University of Hawaii, and Roger Williams University, to name a few. We're also looking at posting our positions with professional organizations such as the International Erosion Control Association, and we are assessing our financial ability to contract staff augmentation. The department recognizes that there will be a consistent volume of development projects over the next decade, and we need to bring additional staff on board now to meet the mandates of the department. Another challenge for the department is our physical space, particularly in the St. Thomas, St. John district. As you are well aware, office spaces on the 2nd floor of the Cyril Lee King Airport, along with our St. John office spaces, were destroyed by the 2017 storms, and we had been operating out of the Turnbull Library ever since. Our long-term plans for permanent office spaces are well underway, with demolition set to begin soon. In the interim, we have leased commercial space on the second or middle floor of the VIA building and created some normalcy for DPNR employees that were operating out of the library. We thank the 34th Legislature for their approval of the fiscal year 2022 budget increase for DPNR that allowed us to retain the space. In the interest of time, this will conclude my written testimony. However, as an addendum to this, I have attached current major initiatives in each division, and I am prepared to take any questions you may have at this time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Oriol. Ms. Kathleen Vargo, do you have a testimony you would like to place on the record? You are muted, Ms. Vargo.
I am unmuted. I am unmuted.
Okay, you're unmuted now. We couldn't hear you before. Do you care to place any testimony on the record?
I do. I have a statement that I would like to read, if I may.
Please do.
Thank you. Thank you for having me this afternoon, especially Senator Joseph. It's a privilege to attend this meeting. My name is Kathleen Vargo. My husband and I are St. John residents who live on the island's east end with property near and adjacent to Round Bay. I will focus on what has been happening in Round Bay, but I believe many of the issues I will discuss are more widespread in the territory. For those not familiar with Round Bay, I'm going to make a few points. It is one of the last truly living bays on St. John and home to many endangered and threatened species, including elkhorn, staghorn, and other corals, green and hawksbill turtles, and the historic 1700s shipwreck, the HMS Santa Monica. The seagrass and coral in the bay are widespread throughout, providing a habitat for much sea life. It is a restricted area and an area of particular concern. A restricted area designated for environmental and safety rationale limits certain boating and other waterborne activities. It was named an area of particular concern in 1978 due to its special significance, and this designation warranted special management plans that were never completed. Round Bay is not and has never been a mooring and anchoring bay. There are 4 bays in St. John territorial waters and at least a dozen in national park waters so designated. It is located on the east end quarter of St. John. East End has a rich cultural history and today remains entirely a residential area, home to both a mix of ancestral Virgin Islanders and newcomers. Starting in 2019, accelerating in 2020, when the USVI opened its waters while other Caribbean nations were more cautious, and continuing to the present, I have observed boats of all sizes and shapes in the bay, anchoring and operating legally and often illegally, using their jet skis, water skis, booming sound systems, etc. It has reached the point where one of our last living bays is being destroyed by unregulated fleets of charter boats and a marine tourism policy. Here's what I observe, sometimes on a daily basis. Boats anchoring on top of the historic shipwreck. Boats anchoring and damaging the seagrass and coral reefs, many less than 50 feet from shore, and others overnighting just hundreds of feet from shore. Reckless and illegal operation of jet skis, water skis, wakeboards, and tubes, interfering with turtles, swimmers, snorkelers, and paddleboarders, creating major safety issues and disturbing the ecosystem. Amplified music, sometimes blaring until the wee hours of the morning. And I apologize because there's charters out there right now and the music is getting loud. Remnants of raw sewage dumped just offshore, still visible on the beach today. Raw sewage. And a dead sea turtle that had suffered blunt force trauma. These observations were well documented and reported regularly to DPNR via dozens upon dozens of direct emails or hotline reports with practically no response or even a confirmation of receipt. These emails and reports pleaded with DPNR to enforce the laws and stop the destruction happening in Round Bay. Phone calls to DPNR often went unanswered and unable to go to voicemail. hotline reports disappeared and could not be retrieved or tracked. We have heard that there are no boats or insufficient enforcement officers. Other times we heard the DPNR had adequate funds and capacity to fulfill its enforcement duties. Which is it? What is it? Residents even started their own self-enforcement efforts. These included notifying captains when they were violating the law, installing signs on the beach ourselves, and placing floats to mark the Santa Monica that were removed by boats each time they were placed. Captains have told us that they never get permits to anchor in Round Bay, and that until we get a badge, they will never listen to us asking them to follow the laws. A local community action group, the Friends of Round Bay, sent a letter to Commissioner Oriole in March 2021 offering suggestions and even offering assistance to DPNR in its enforcement efforts, but received no response. A letter sent to Commissioner Oriole last summer recommending a path forward to protect and preserve Round Bay also received no response. Senator Joseph has visited the area twice, and we are grateful for her concern. First in August 2021, and most recently just a few weeks ago, she too was able to observe for herself some of the illegal and disrespectful activities. We believe this special bay should be designated a protected area. This will give Round Bay a fighting chance to recover its wildlife, coral reefs, and water quality before it is too late, while also providing a safer environment for boaters, swimmers, snorkelers, kayakers, and marine life. Simply adding swim buoys and/or moorings will only serve to attract more traffic, hastening the destruction of the bay. Speaking for myself, local families who live on the surrounding hillsides of Round Bay, and others who care deeply about protecting our treasured resources and preserving our cultural heritage, DPNR, as the trustee for the public waters of St. John, will you please protect and preserve our precious public resources for the enjoyment and benefit of future generations? After all, your primary responsibility, as stated on your website, is DPNR will continue to ensure the efficient delivery of services consistent with the department's mandates to protect, maintain, and manage the cultural resources of the Virgin Islands through the coordination of economic development in collaboration with local, federal, and non-governmental organizations, enabling present and future Virgin Island generations to live safer, fuller lives in harmony with their environment and cultural heritage. Please remember, preservation pays dividends forever. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Ms. Vargo, for your very clear testimony regarding some of the challenges that you've been experiencing. And I too witnessed on my 2 visits to Round Bay a number of times. I don't want it to be perceived by the listening public that we are in any way confronting or being combative towards DPNR. We are here to support and to assist in any way that we can. But we can't do that unless we have avenues of communication open and the willingness to do so. And we stand here ready to do that. Colleagues, we will proceed with 1 round of 7 minutes, beginning with Senator Marvin Blyden. Senator Blyden, you are recognized for your first 7 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to the testifiers, and thank you so much for your testimony. Thank you so much for your testimonies. Before I go into my line of questioning, Commissioner Oriole, the young lady from St. John's, Miss, what's her name?
Ms. Vargo. Vargo.
Ms. Vargo spoke. Good afternoon. Good afternoon to you. She spoke to several letters that were sent to DPNR, and they have gotten no response. Have you received any correspondence from Ms. Vargo, Commissioner Oriole?
Yes, we have, Senator. Good afternoon. We receive, I would say, almost weekly emails from Ms. Vargo.
Okay, so have you responded to any of their correspondence?
Ms. Vargo, her attorney, were actually afforded an opportunity to meet with staff to discuss what our plans were in response to what it is they would like to see. I would also like to inform the public that Ms. Vargo and a large number of constituents in the East End of St. John were afforded an opportunity to meet directly with the administration, including the governor at Government House or at the PFA conference room. And the idea was brought up of having this area designated as a protected area, in which the administration responded by reminding everybody that 46% of the St. John waters is already a protected area. And so that would not be one of the goals that would be focused on by the administration, to protect this specific bay. All you do now is then somebody else comes in and demands that another bay get protected and another bay protected. So that was actually asked and answered by the administration as well.
Thank you for that. Let me ask you in respect to your challenges. You spoke to, first of all, let's talk about the most important land and water use plan. And I'm going to ask Assistant Director Richards to respond to me in respect to where are we at exactly. I know you said by the end of February we should be having something in place. Can you explain exactly where you think we're going to be at in terms of getting that plan in hand so we can move forward? Because we have been hearing about the land and water use plan for decades. And we are finally at the point where we are serious about getting it and getting it done and doing it the right way. Where are we at with that plan?
Good afternoon, Senator Blyden. Good afternoon to Chairman Joseph and the rest of the committee.
Afternoon.
We are in the final stages of reviewing the contract with the selected firm that we're planning to hire to assist us. That contract should be executed within the next, I would say, 2 months. Once executed, we have made some adjustments in the scope of work, but the work will begin with a series of meetings with the entire community to ensure that there is input by all interest groups and all parties interested in what a land and water use plan should look like. However, the entire process is expected to take 16 months. And at the end of the 16 months, we should have a plan document to be submitted to the legislature for adoption.
Okay, and I know the commissioner spoke in respect to challenges in his testimony. I know you have several challenges.
Can you repeat that, Senator? I'm getting a feedback, so I'm getting what you're saying.
Yes, Senator. I heard you about. Yes, we did express that we do have some challenges.
Okay, I spoke to. I know you have several challenges. Can you prioritize your challenges in terms of, for instance, you have staff shortage, in different areas. I know you hired 3 inspectors. You're bringing on 2 peace officers. They're in the class right now. You stated correct?
That's correct, Senator. I mean, ideally, we would be able to staff up for having all of our programs, at least 80% fully staffed. The good news is that on the enforcement officer, peace officer side, we've actually been making very good strides in that regard. Again, we have, after the 2 existing peace officers transfer into the St. Thomas district, we'll actually be at 6 officers in this district. And when our recruit completes the academy in September, we will have 5 in that district, and we still have another 2 vacancies. Unfortunately, we had somebody that was selected, but during the process, they actually weren't eligible to continue. So from a recruitment perspective, we're actually doing very well on the enforcement officer side. It is the goal of the department to recruit and have a permanent full-time officer on the island of St. John. We would love for somebody from St. John to be willing to step up to that call for service and enter the academy and be able to provide some law enforcement assistance to our program over there at this. But that's what we're hopeful for.
So have you put out any PSA as to in respect to that request?
We have not only the postings, we've also participated in the wonderful, job fairs that the Department of Personnel. So we were there in December. DPNR was one of the agencies that were featured by the Division of Personnel when they did their online virtual career fair. We continue to recruit everywhere we can. We work with the administrator in terms of putting the availability of positions for St. John on the St. John community. And Administrator Joan Sprout does a very good job of connecting people to us when we find that people are in fact interested. So we just need to fill some gaps right now, which are primarily those personnel vacancies.
How is your new office working out for you, the one by downstairs by there? How is that working out for you in terms of space for the staff, etc.?
I think it's provided, and Madam Chair, if I may.
You may proceed.
I think it has provided a significant relief for those of us that are here. It has not only allowed for more comfortable space for the individuals, but it's also allowed us to expand a little, bring on board new staff, and fill some positions. We were not in the position to actually add more people while we were inside of the library. So, but we're endeavoring, again, to move out of this space. I'm a very frugal individual, and so paying $27,500 a month in rent is not something that I like doing, and we're pursuing to get into our permanent space as quickly as possible.
You say as quickly as possible. What the time frame you're looking at, or you would hope to see your staff relocated to that?
All of our efforts have us completing the renovation and moving the department by October of 2023.
Okay, very well. Now, was my time called, Madam Chair?
Yes, sir. Yes, Senator Blyden. It was called. Do you want to wrap up? We could proceed with the next round if you choose.
No, that's okay. Let me wrap up, please. I just want to thank the employees, because I've been there as of late on several occasions. They are very, I must say, customer friendly. They're moving much brisker, and I realize that they're much more happier in that location. So I'm happy to see that we are making progress, and I look forward to the department collecting more fees from the mooring and the other fees as a result of extra staff, etc. Thank you so much for the time, and thank you for your testimony and responses, Commissioner Owen.
Welcome, sir.
Thank you so much, Senator Blyden. Before I proceed to Senator Francis Heiliger, I do have some questions, Commissioner, just one question relative to the time frame. You said, well, actually the Assistant Commissioner indicated, or you may have indicated, that it's going to take about the next 2 months to complete the actual contract that for the vendor selected to provide the professional services for the creation of the comprehensive land and water use plan. In that time frame, I wanted to ask if you also have an anticipated end date for the person to prepare the comprehensive land and water use plan, because this plan has been around or in the making since in the 80s, late 90s, early 90s. And so the time has come, similar to what this body has done with addressing issues relative to GRS insolvencies and other issue. The time has come for us to really take the bull by the horn and address these issues. So I'm hopeful that there is some timeline will be placed on the contractor to be able to present a very comprehensive land and water use plan for our future generations. So that was my only concern. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon to my colleagues, testifiers, the people of the territory. I first would like to jump in a little bit on this round bay mooring project. What exactly will be the economic impact of this? As I see that Ms. Vargo is deeply against it, as opposed to it being protected, what would be the economic impact as to why this is so important? Because I need to understand it from both perspectives.
Good afternoon, Senator. So I would say, I mean, I don't have hard numbers right now, but we do have significant interest in overnight mooring or overnight anchoring inside of Round Bay. So it has particularly decent deep water, and it also allows larger vessels. So, you know, if we're proposing a cruising fee for vessels at $20 a foot, then, per month, then we can be actually getting for those 100-foot yachts about $2,000 a month from them. And that would be a recurring, 3 days in, they go off, sail, come back, and then they cut, so over a 6-month period, which is the season, it's about $18,000 just from one vessel. But there are a significant amount of vessels that not only want to be in there from an overnight standpoint, you also have a significant number of local persons who boat on weekends, who go over onto the east end of St. John on Sundays, Saturdays, those types of things. And that's not so much a economic driven question, but more about being able to relax and enjoy the resources themselves in calm waters, calm protected areas as well.
Okay. Ms. Vargo, you spoke about your concerns. Now, as it relates to potentially the environmental aspect, and you touched along some aspects of that, but do you believe that there could be a where both can coexist in some shape or form? Or is this an all or nothing situation for you? I don't know. Is she frozen? I believe Ms. Vargo is frozen because I don't see her moving. I'll move on until she gets back. I wanted to ask you, Commissioner Oriol, specifically about this situation with the library, and you guys still utilizing, et cetera. And I remember the last time you guys were talking, you were supposed to move into a new location. Has all of that taken place? I know you just talking about rent, et cetera, and I wasn't sure if I heard all of it.
Yes, Senator. So the non-library operations have moved out of the library, of the Turnbull Library. And so right now it's just there for the library services.
Okay, excellent. When it came to one of the things the last time when we spoke to you guys about and this enforcement with the boats out there, and I see here that you guys were talking about getting some more enforcement officers. That has been a major contention, just even speaking to the community as to the enforcement, as to whether waste and different things and any kind of economic impact that could potentially come about with all the boats that are there. What are some of the things that you guys see? And with the number of people that you're seeking to get, do you think that they're
3
adequate
minutes.
when it comes to the enforcement arm? And also, do you think, or how would you go about recruiting more people to specifically do that job? Because it seems to be a vital part, especially since COVID, and we have this influx of vessels to our shores.
Sure. So I think that whenever I speak about my enforcement division specifically, I always break it down into ideal scenario and then what's practical.
Okay.
So my ideal scenario would be 10 officers in each district.
Okay.
And I would have at least 4 vessels in each district. My practical is having 6 officers in each district and at least 2 vessels with a third, our smaller 17-foot vessel. So right now, you know, we are poised to actually hit the practical number. We are currently, or we're soon going to have 6 officers for the St. Thomas St. John district. We actually have a bid that's live right now that we are seeking to purchase 4 vessels, 2 for the St. Thomas St. John, 2 for the St. Croix district, to go along with our existing fleet. I won't give the dollar figure on that because it is an open bid. So
that's fair enough.
You know, but we're slowly and systematically, the way we can afford to move forward. You know, we can't go forward with everything all at once because we don't want to suck ourselves to be in the red until we can also generate some revenue, apply for additional assistance and get there. But so far we're moving in a systematic fashion and we're progressing along pretty well.
Okay. While I have you, let me ask another question before we go back to Ms. Vargo. In regards to the grant and funding for the fishermen, how much actually is left to be distributed? Because I had a meeting with the fishermen and some of them were still a little bit concerned, that's a good word to use, as to how this program had been utilized, and they were under the impression that the funds should be distributed to them as it was initially supposedly discussed. We had spoken about some of their concerns with the monies, a bulk of the monies going to marketing and promoting the program, and I think to help with the process and the application fees, etc. But a few of them feel that they were not getting what was promised based on how these grant monies were supposed to be distributed. Could you clarify a little bit about that? How much money is left and what do you guys plan to do with it? Is it going straight into the hands of the fishermen?
So thank you. And Madam Chair, if I may to answer.
Yes, you could answer the question. I know the senator time was called, but you may proceed.
Oh, I didn't hear. I'm sorry, Madam Chair.
So Senator, the award was $10.7 million. We, in our proposal, put that we would do $7 million in direct assistance to the fishers, and then we had several other projects. 10% of that award, or about $300,000 of that award, was set aside specifically for administrative costs. About, I believe the number is like $297,000. We have not issued more than $297,000 worth of administrative costs. As a matter of fact, I refused to do the full 10% against that award. Currently, we've liquidated 6.5 million of the 7 million that we said we would issue as direct assistance to both the commercial and the charter industry for fisheries. Now, that was based on having a certain number of fishers apply for the phase 2, which is documentation for losses, as well as they could claim losses of income during those months. A number of fishers opted to just do the phase 1 payout of $5,000, and then the helpers received $2,500 payments, and they did not apply for phase 2. So we did not reach the $7 million that we anticipated. In order to make sure.
Wait, one question. I thought you said you put out 6.9 million.
6.5.
How much exactly did you disperse out of this 7 million?
6.5 million has been dispersed. And now what we've written to NOAA to do is, or the National Marine Fisheries Service, is we want to do a second $5,000 payment to everybody, which would now put us at that $6.9 to $7 million payment, which is what we said we would do in direct assistance. The thing is, that's a slight change in the award, and we need to get approval from the grantor agency in order to do that. And we're awaiting their approval.
Madam Chair, may I just ask for a little bit of clarity because I just want to make sure what I'm understanding. You said you got to the 6.5 in disbursement during the first round, but you're asking for a second round to get there?
No. So the
Yeah, please clarify.
the first round was just $5,000 to everybody.
What was the total amount for that?
I can't remember off the top of my head. I'll get that information for you. But the way we phased it, Senator, was everybody would receive, all commercial fishers would receive a $5,000 base payment. All helpers would receive a $2,500 payment. The third phase also includes the recreational charter fishermen, which was based on loss of income. The losses were eligible for a stipend or a stimulus or a disaster recovery grant of up to $75,000. That was the maximum amount. And so after tallying all the persons who put in for phase 2 and then issuing phase 3 to the commercial charter sector, we've now issued a little bit over $6.5 million. I think it's somewhere around 6.54 is the number.
Okay, thank you.
So in order to get to 7 million, we're proposing another $5,000 base payment to all the commercial fishers as well as the charter fishermen. And that would get us to that $7 million award payment.
Okay, thank you so much, Commissioner Oriol, and thank you so much, Senator Francis Heiliger. I just wanted to ask Commissioner relative to that question that Senator Francis Heiliger has asked. You are, and just for my clarification, you are going to be distributing another set of stimulus money to the fishermen as well as persons who have been in game fishing. Is that your testimony?
Yes, for the disaster program, Madam Chair, our goal, if approved, is to give all the applicants that qualified an additional $5,000 base payment.
Okay, thank you. All right, for that clarification. I'll now recognize Senator Franklin D. Johnson for your 7 minutes. Senator Johnson, you're recognized.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon again to my colleagues. Good afternoon to the testifier and the viewing audience. Ms. Vargo, I listened to your testimony and you seem to come with a lot of passion. And in your passion, I want you to correct me if I'm wrong. I think I hear you talking about security as far as boats coming up on the beach and creating some hazard. And if I'm, again, correct me, Director, too, I think the department is interested in putting in some buoys out there that I think would help a lot of that problem. If the buoys are put in, then the moorings, then those boats won't come to shore. So I'd like to hear Ms. Vargo first and then the Director afterwards, if I may.
May I speak?
Yes, ma'am, please.
First, just for the record, I would like to say that there was no meeting with Commissioner Oriol with our problems in Round Bay. We wanted enforcement there, but enforcement was not there. And that's just for the record. The other thing is buoys, yes, swim buoys, designated swim entrances where people could come into the beach, because people should be able to enjoy the beaches. No question about that at all. We just don't want people anchoring within 500 feet of the shore on the seagrass, which they do all the time. But the problem, the big overall problem that I want people to understand is that people come to Round Bay because it's beautiful. They come to Round Bay because we still do have good coral. We do still have good snorkeling. We have beautiful, beautiful ecosystem that's healthy. I mean, it's being challenged right now, definitely being terribly challenged. But that's the reason people want to come here. Bringing big mega yachts in here, I mean, the Rising Sun, for goodness sake. Good Lord, it's over the size of a football field. We've had when we confront the captains or educate them that their anchors are in coral, they tell us there is no place in Round Bay that you can drop an anchor with a line and not wreck something. There is no place because the reefs are everywhere.
Well, Ms. Vargo, and this is what I'm saying, and I'd like to hear from the director. I think the mooring will, Commissioner, sorry, the mooring will help us in that situation. I think that's what I'm trying to get to here, and I would like to hear the Commissioner, if it isn't that your plan to put in some moorings that would pretty much save our corals and save our beach. Commissioner, please.
Yes. So I'd like to ask the chair, Madam Chair, is there a way that, is it okay for me to share my screen for a minute? I want to just make sure Media Services has that feature allowed.
Yes.
Media has indicated that they are able to share your screen.
Okay, so I'm showing my screen. So as I indicated,
no, we're blank. Good. Now we got you. Go ahead.
All right. So the great thing about DPNR is I've got a bunch of people who love diving. And so what we did is we put 6 or 7 people in the water to swim the entire bay. And then we also used bathymetry data, which maps the seafloor. And we came up with ingress, egress, where people should stay based on bottom depth. And we created sort of an anchoring, mooring, a management, a water use plan, if you will, for Round Bay. And so you can see where, you know, the swim buoy line is sort of indicated to be about 350 feet out. We create an ingress and egress channel. We want to recognize the non-motorized uses like stand-up paddleboarding and those types of things. But once we put that swim buoy line in, that demarcates that any captain that goes inside of there, now you actually have a ticketable offense for going inside a swim buoy line.
And
so
if I'm right,
we have worked
at
this
this moment,
out
right?
to try and we've worked this out to try and be able to account for the multiple uses of Round Bay by several different types of users.
Commissioner,
and that's the progress that we are trying to make here.
Commissioner, if I'm right, right now as we speak, there's nothing stopping these big boats or mega yachts or anyone from going beyond that 300 feet, right?
Correct, because there is no line, there is no specific closure area or anything like that, and we're seeking to create that.
And the drawing you showed, you had some dimension of 350 feet out. That's where the mega yachts then will have to stop?
They will have to be actually kind of further out because it's going to, again, be based on water depth. But a lot of this area that's in here is probably in the 20-foot to 30-foot ranges. And as you get deeper out here, you're starting to see the 65 feet. Those boats, those larger mega yachts, they're not trying to get too close because they could potentially damage theirs if they don't know exactly what's going on.
So with what you was just showing me, can you show me exactly where those bigger yachts will be able to come? I just saw you showing an area there.
So our goal is to keep them actually somewhere in this area out here. Smaller vessels can make their way in. Those smaller vessels, including people that are on jet skis trying to be out in open water and using and enjoying the shoreline, can be somewhere in the middle here. But our goal is to keep the larger yachts in this sort of protected area, but there won't be more than 2 of them at a time that are allowed in there either.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Ms. Vargo, I think you wanted to say a little bit more, but I understand your passion. I understand your cry. But I think if we do nothing, especially by not putting in those mooring, it's only going to destroy our shores even more. So in this case, I definitely will have to stand by the commissioner's side and try to make sure we do put those moorings in and stop these boats from even coming farther. I think my time is close to up, and I wanted to ask the commissioner one more question. The fish market in Lorraine is closed down again, Commissioner. Can you tell me a little bit about that fish market?
You want to ask a question? I think we need to mute Senator Blyden's mic. But to answer your question, Senator Johnson, the market itself is not closed. The scaling room is closed at this point. What happened is that the grinders that are supposed to grind the scaling, they're not high capacity enough. And so they were causing this consistent backup of wastewater backing up into the grinder, into the bays for the scalers. And so we had to close those scale rooms. We're in the process of procuring additional pumps or motors in order to improve that so that the liquid will not back up, because we've ground those things down to a fine that can make it into the actual waste treatment system.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator Johnson. The chair also wants to recognize non-committee member Genevieve Whitaker, who is in attendance. We will continue our questioning, but before we go on to the next senator, which would be Senator Potter, I had some photos that I sent to our media division, and I want relative to Round Bay that has been supplied to me over the past months, and if we could pull them up, media, those photos of Round Bay that I sent, that I had my team send. Okay, this is some of the yachts that are in Round Bay. Next picture. This is Round Bay right here on the corner. And you could see that those are motorboats that are coming in to the Round Bay area. And this is usually on a daily basis. I have witnessed myself some big boats coming in, and I had to tell them to turn around because they weren't supposed to be in there. Sometimes they see that I'm there, and they're close to the shorelines, less than 30 feet away from the shorelines. Okay, and the Round Bay in itself is an area of particular concern. Next slide. This is what comes up on the shore. What does that look like? That looks like toilet papers that are lining our pristine shorelines from some of these yachts that are docking outside or even closer on Round Bay. It comes up on shore. The owners, well, the adjacent landowners have to go out there, and this is what they are seeing. Okay, it is an issue. It is a problem that we're having with not having those moorings in. And I want to impress it because one of the key factors to our industry is our tourism industry. If we do nothing and don't consider it something to be expedient and urgent to protect our shorelines, those yachts ain't coming here. They're going to go when the BVI open up to the BVI. All of them are going to go there because where? Their shoreline is more pristine than ours because we have allowed them to do whatever they want and not protect our shorelines. So this is some of the things that show up. Do we have another photo? There you see additional paper coming up, and I presume it's toilet paper. That's what we witnessed, toilet paper, and this isn't just one segment of the shoreline. It's like all along that shoreline they're coming up. I don't know if I've never seen any of those things when I have gone down to Frederickstead Beach down there by Molly. I don't see those kind of stuff down there, and they aren't as pristine as Round Bay, okay? And so I have some deep concerns about our ability to protect our shoreline for our future, our present, and our future generations. I would like to now recognize, thank you, media, for showing those slides. I'd like to now recognize Senator Potter for your 7 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good afternoon to the testifiers who are before us today. My first question is to you, Commissioner Oriel. Welcome. Have we moved with the times with regards to what a 21st century library system ought to be in the Virgin Islands? I mean, I know that libraries come under your domain and jurisdiction. Are there like active conversations with regards to your vision for a local library system?
Thank you for that question, Senator. So it's interesting that you mentioned that because, yes, it is actively being worked on. So one example is we have purchased a subscription to have a online library system implemented as part of our public library. Just yesterday, actually, we were working between us, BIT, and the provider for now enabling and how we can get that library system online so that persons using their library card would be able to enter their information and have access to a number of digital books, movies, everything within the subscription that we pay for. So this is something that, maybe we can say it's actually 20th century, but we've made that investment to now bring that online and bring those services into the territory, and we're actively moving on that. We signed the subscription agreement in late September, and then now we're working on the IT issues, making sure that we have all of the technical infrastructure needs in order to launch. And we're working closely with our our sister agency, BIT, and being able to have that happen.
I'm excited to hear your response. I'm really excited that is happening at DPNR. And I hope that when you sort of get it all together, that we have a big media blitz advising the people of the Virgin Islands that this is available here.
Senator, I'd also just like to add, with the subscription that we're purchasing, let's say DPNR did not purchase this particular novel or film or what have you. Well, by doing it into a network where a number of public library services use, we're able to do interlibrary loans like you can do for books, like when we were all in college and those types of things.
Right.
So you would actually be able to get on a server for, let's say, the New York Public Library and be able to then download the book from them if they have it available as well.
Excellent. I'm glad to hear that. What are the major capital repairs that you're doing at the library? Or slated to do at the library?
Yes. So Turnbull Library is my priority number one. I mean, it will go back to its bones in a number of areas because we have a number of issues to remediate inside of there. But the roof is being replaced in its entirety. We are actually putting in a second membrane so that if in the future there is damage to the roof, that there is a system that prevents the water from going into the walls. We are removing a lot of the existing wallboard and we're putting in mold resistant walls. So that's the one with the sort of the plastic coating on the front so that we don't have mold issues in the future if we get that. And those types of things will also go towards enhancing our ability to maintain particularly the cultural resources that we can't get damaged by natural disasters. There is no replacement for them. And so We're investing a lot on the front end with Turnbull Library. The other libraries, Florence Williams, I mentioned, is about to kick off. Those are your typical storm damages with, roof and water leaks, but we're also, the mitigation for that is going to be the removal of 4 floors of carpet and replacing it with tile so that we don't have any future mold and carpet issues and those types of things. Peterson Library will be similar, and we're doing some ADA upgrades as well. I think that what we want to do with our spaces is make them comfortable. I think that we're moving away from the model of having stacks and stacks and stacks of books. I have a 15-year-old. He doesn't know what an encyclopedia looks like, but yet we have stacks of encyclopedias everywhere. I think we're going to make them more comfortable, and we want to invite the public to be comfortable for either reading, having book clubs, those types of things, but just create a comfortable atmosphere for our public spaces and have people use and enjoy them.
Excellent. I know a huge thing that we need to really focus on, and not just DPNR, when we create these nice, beautiful spaces, functional spaces, we really need to invest time and energy in the proper maintenance personnel to ensure that, it just doesn't look nice and new and beautiful for the launching, but for the long haul, we're able to really maintain, these spaces in good condition.
We'll be asking you for a large portion of the budget then.
I support that. I support that. At least this senator does. Ms. Vargo, good afternoon to you. And definitely you made a very passionate presentation, very passionate plea. I heard it. I heard it in your voice. I heard it in your, in the movement, the gestures, in your face and hands, for sure. Tell me something. The commissioner presented a plan, I think on page 2, I believe on his testimony, he indicated that he launched some divers, a dive team to assess the situation, and he received funding to install demarcation lines and mooring buoys in Round Bay to alleviate some of the user conflict. Madam Chair, if I may just finalize.
You may proceed, Senator.
In your view, and he mentioned that there was a sort of there'll be an informal land or water use plan for Round Bay, so to speak. Are you comfortable with this approach? I know you requested that Round Bay be a protected area. So it is where it is now. It is the protected area. Does the commissioner's recommended strategy, is that an acceptable middle ground as far as you're concerned?
Thank you for asking that question. I can't speak for everyone out here. I do know that such a plan would require much more input, but from the community and that moorings and all of those things require lots and lots of time, let's say, and we don't have a lot of time. What I think the biggest point that I would like to make, I mean, the plan is, I don't know about the plan, because frankly, it doesn't matter at the end of the day, unless we have enforcement of the laws, unless we have enforcement, and we have the laws now, we see absolutely no enforcement. If the laws were enforced now, this wouldn't even be happening. We see nothing.
Thank you. From an enforcement standpoint, Commissioner Oriol, do you have the manpower to properly enforce the rules and laws there at Round Bay?
No, Senator. Okay. I mean, what Ms. Vargo wants is us to post an officer in her backyard to be there.
I would just like you to enforce once, make an example.
And we've cleared that bay on a number of occasions.
Twice in 2 years. Twice. What about Senator, the activity that
one at a time.
Going on now?
One at a time. I'll give you a chance to respond, Ms. Vargo. Go ahead, Commissioner.
Vessels, Senator, is that if you clear the bay and you turn around and you go and you're still going out to do the remainder of what it is you're out there to enforce, once you leave, 30 boats are going to come back in later on. So the equivalent of properly doing everything in there is taking somebody full time and just placing them inside and saying, okay, you're 300 feet and not 500 feet out with your jet ski going more than 6 knots, right? Because again, it's not that it's closed to vessel activity. No. There are a lot of people that want to interpret things that don't actually exist. But there are multiple uses that are allowed in there, and they all have certain proximity. And in order to be exact with what the law is, you'd have to place somebody there full time, 24/7, because again, the minute you turn around, they're going to come back because the nature of vessels is transient. They're going to be in and out, in and out, in and out. And that's the nature of the industry.
Okay.
May I respond?
Yes, Ms. Vargo, you may respond.
We're not asking for you to do it all the time. If you had just done it a few times, it might have helped. It might have sent a message that it is not acceptable. As it is now, the consensus is from the entire boating community, you may come to Round Bay. There is never enforcement. You can do what you want. That's what it's like.
Thank you very much.
How many citations have been issued anywhere in the territory for illegal boating activity? And what's the current, we've asked for clarity on what the current mooring and anchoring laws are during COVID. I had understood that during COVID, all boats needed a permit and they had to be in a designated mooring and anchoring bay. Could you clarify what is the law right now? We've asked and nobody answers the question. We can't get clarity. We can't get enforcement.
Thank you, Ms. Vargo. My time was called, so I'm gonna thank you very much for.
You can wrap up, Senator Potter.
I definitely think that there still might be some middle ground that we will be able to achieve here. We may not be able to, it may not be realistic to make Round Bay a protected area, but perhaps Commissioner Oriel, I know your resources are stretched thin, but perhaps there can be some additional efforts to enforce the area. Ms. Vargo is saying her expectation is not that, this happens every day, that somebody's posted there, but at least periodically, if some enforcement, somebody was arrested or sanctioned, that maybe, I understand what you're saying, Commissioner, the transient nature of the boating industry, perhaps the word will get out that, DPNR will enforce the rules if you're blatantly just flouting it. So thank you very much for the time, Madam Chair. Thank you for your generosity.
Yes, thank you so much, Senator Potter. Senator Johnson, you are recognized for your point of inquiry.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Commissioner Oriel, I saw in your testimony, you said that the Peterson Library has gone out for bidding for the 3rd time. Can you kind of explain as to why it's going out for a 3rd time? What seems to be the problem?
Yes, Senator. So when we've put it out for bid the 2 previous times, we've had the mold remediation along with debris repairs included. The bid estimates have been coming up significantly higher than what we have estimated for the repairs, including the mold remediation. So what we have done now is separated repairs from mold remediation. What happened is the people that are bidding, the contractors are bidding on some unknowns. And because of those unknowns, we can't do and add alternate on those bids. So what we've had to do now is do some additional investigation, get into those unknown areas, and determine a specific scope for the mold remediation and not leaving it sort of vague. And then that way we'll be able to control the costs or agree with what people have been bidding. But right now it's coming in higher than our estimates, and we just simply can't move forward with it at the difference that it's coming in.
That library been closed before Hurricane Maria, am I correct?
That's correct.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you.
You're welcome, Senator Senator Johnson. The chair now recognizes non-committee member, Senator Genevieve Whitaker, for your 7 minutes.
Thank you, and good afternoon to you, Chairwoman. Good afternoon to the Virgin Islands. Good afternoon, testifiers. Good afternoon to certainly to our staff. Commissioner Oriole, what I want to dive into, just even piggybacking, because I did have questions about the libraries. Let's start off with, for example, the library for those who for the persons who are visually impaired. And I just want to get a sense of, as we talk about the library system, how often are you as commissioner engaging with the staff there on their needs? Because I, in fact, through your office, I do want to certainly say that I definitely appreciate particularly members of your staff who work my office and come out to see exactly for myself what's going on. But I know there's, so can you please kind of give us information as to how are you weekly, monthly? Because I just will say this, the conversation on the libraries and about the bidding, I track back your, what these hearings, and I started from preparing for these hearings, and we're having the same conversation because what you just said is what you've said even back in February. And we're kind of having some of these circular discussions around, and even late last year with the probably around October or so around it being put back out for bid. So we're having these circular discussions. What's really your plan of attack to really mitigate and to see what we could do with what we have now? For example, the resources that the different needs each library has. And I start off with, for example, the persons with disabilities.
So I actually just want to start, Senator, by saying with respect to the St. Croix libraries that last February, I could not have instigated that we were going out to bid on them because we had not yet received the award from FEMA.
No, not bid. No, Commissioner, not the bidding process. I'm saying we're having the same circle discussion about the state of the libraries. And even the bidding process and it going back out for bid was later in the year, correct, the bidding portion. But we're having the same circle discussion about the libraries. And so when does it really end? So my point is, at this point, we know the structures have to be rebuilt, but what types of, whether it be interim measures, whether, let's say getting more bookmobiles, whether, by helping to buy more equipment for the staff to support the staff's work, things of that nature, what we can do in the interim as we address the overall buildings.
So I think that over the last 6 months, actually, we've seen an increase in outreach events, but using our sister facilities. For example, using the library for the blind and physically challenged, we've got a great program being run by our librarian, Nina Garcia, the Tea Time with Nina, where they're doing the audiobooks. And that's a once a month offering that started, I believe, in October, and we've been doing that regularly. We've also done several outreach events using the bookmobile and bringing the bookmobile to Fort Frederick and bringing the community out. I know we did at least 2 or 3. The bookmobile has some physical things that need to get fixed now because it failed its inspection, so we need to get that fixed. But that's being worked on in conjunction with the bus folks at Public Works. We're sharing resources there. We actually used the fort just this past weekend to also bring our world-renowned author from the Virgin Islands, Tiffany Yannick, who did programs at the book signing at Fort Christian last week, Friday, and then again on Fort Frederick on Saturday. So while we may not have the actual physical spaces open, we're also using other elements of the department to try and bring some of our library needs out to the community in trying to gain interest in our public spaces for use and visibility. And right now we have a number of programs that are being worked on, and then systematically will be coming out. And our goal is to try and put something out at least once a month for most of the facilities until we can move back in them.
So that's a question, and I've actually witnessed that work firsthand. So I want to say kudos to your team, because I've participated even, and Director Sorbo, and I mean, so there is work happening. I'm not discounting that particular work, but I'm talking about now resources, computers. There are mold issues that I've witnessed firsthand, and so and many of us who have. So what are you doing, for example, to mitigate the mold situation? You know, air purifiers in the different spaces, and like I'm saying, you as commissioner, you know, having round meetings with the commission, hearing their concerns. The same with the persons come to us with their concerns, being able to vet those. But I want to go ahead and move, but I just for time's sake, I will follow up with you because if it's time's sake, I want to move now on to what I reached out to you directly a few months back, which was a concern which was a 2017 audit concerning all the docks. And we don't have a lot of time right now, but what I want to emphasize is I would like to get on record my understanding that the 2017 audit by the Department of Interior concerning the use of funds to repair our docks and the like. You indicated to me that the department did respond. There were corrective action plan was laid out, but I do not have actually any information on your actual implementation, which today's hearing highlights when we have constituents who have concerns about enforcement. And so where are we with the actual implementation? Has Interior actually sent back and accepted your action plans for the different areas?
So Senator, when I actually provided you with the response, I provided you with the cap that the department did, and the response in there from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service that says that this change is acceptable, provided that we provide them with the SOPP. So the U.S. Fish and Wildlife responded that all of our responses for the cap that we proposed were good and meets the criteria, and the SOPPs for the department and for the government of the Virgin Islands as a whole was responsive.
But it wasn't just the cap. It had to also do with operations and efficiency and so on. For example, as we look around, I mean, the different areas, the docks, the bays, the disrepair. That was also what is the focus on. And when we look out, we have a lot of issues. We have a lot of disrepair. So
Senator,
my time was called. So Chairwoman, would you allow him to finish? And I have one more follow-up question to conclude.
Certainly, and we're going to have another round, Senator Whitaker, of 4 minutes. So if you want to proceed, you may, or you can hold your question until that time.
Just one wrap up. It wouldn't be a quick question.
So my response, Senator, is that I think the audit was on our operations and our execution of the programs. So that goes towards operations and not the physical structures or anything of that sort. It was whether or not we were properly administering the program. DPNR's Division of Fish and Wildlife is not on high risk. It's no longer on medium risk. It is full ASAP recipient pursuant to the rules that govern federal awards. If we had an issue, we would be either medium risk or high risk, which is the worst possible scenario, which is full reimbursement. Our Division of Fish and Wildlife is smooth sailing. It has no risk associated with the program.
Thank you. This my final one is, have you actually gone out and what plans are you making in your team to Round Bay? Because of time, Ms. Fargo was able to ask you the question, but certainly I understand and your concern. And what efforts are you making, and what regular efforts do you make to reach out to constituents when they have concerns?
So I have been out to Round Bay, Senator, personally on my enforcement boat and all. I've been out to Round Bay with other commissioners as well, because there's not only the issue on the water, but there's also some vendor licensing issues and those types of things. I believe in our plan to try and manage the different uses inside of there, which is why we are trying to get our plan implemented and installed. In addition to that, we've also reached out not just to the constituents on the ground, but also the people in the boating community, trying to give them information on the Bay in terms of what the rules and regulations are. So again, there is going to be for what has happened is you guys are getting information from one sector, and at the same time, the boating sector is also in the department about quote unquote allowing favoritism to residents who live in that area and are trying to unduly block them from the use of the shorelines, which they're entitled to as well. And so the department has two sets of differing opinions. And what we're trying to do is manage a situation that I don't think anybody is going to be 100% happy about.
Well, just continue to meet with them, and just because that's our work. We as senators, we meet with constituents as commissioners, because in some other locations, you literally have commissioners and persons coming out and meeting with the constituents, hear the concern, and do your best to address them. And I certainly thank you very much, Chairwoman, for the time and the leeway. Thank you very much, and thank you for testifying. Thank Commissioner Oriole and the other testifiers, Ms. Fargo.
Thank you so much, Senator Whitaker. I just want to follow up on your last questioning relative to having some conversations and dialogue with the residents. Commissioner Oriole, I know you mentioned that you had reached out to the residents in Round Bay. I think it warrants another reaching out and having discussions with them, as well as the boaters, so that everyone is at the table. These challenges relative to what is happening in that particular area can be addressed when you have those meetings. I know I've sent you a number of correspondences forwarding their concerns, and I really didn't see any response from you. And so, it's just taking that level of time. I know you're very busy. You're working on some major items. We have major funding, but still, let's just spend a little short time having a good dialogue with the residents. Based on my discussions with them, they are not necessarily so gung-ho about not having persons enjoy the shoreline. They want to be able to have those individuals actually respect our shorelines, respect our environment, and respect our laws. That's all. And you have to appreciate when people are advocating for environmental justice and assuring that our shorelines are there for the future generations. But I would go on and ask some questions relative. So I'm hopeful that this meeting would be the start of having some conversations with the residents of Round Bay and other residents, and including the boaters, so you have a good, comfortable stance with them and conversation to come up with some type of win-win situation for us all. Now, I really want to commend you on providing your grant. You have a lot of money here. Grants, federal grants that you've had awarded and the like. I know it's a lot to manage with a lot of compliance regulations, as well as putting these programs together. You said it best, and we've been hearing this from most of the agencies, if not all, that we definitely have a major issue with finding personnel, identifying personnel to manage the programs, to actually get the work done and get it moving. So I really want to at least commend you for doing your due and bringing on personnel onto your in your department to help shore it up and increase the number that you have. And also I wanted to ask you, because you did highlight, and I really appreciate you highlighting some of those grants that you haven't been doing, you haven't spent down all, but they have expired. Specifically, we have the Water Quality Management Planning Grant that has expired, I just want to ask you on at a whole. Have any of these grants that have been expired, have you asked for any extensions so that we could spend down the remaining balances?
Yes, Senator. Everyone that's in yellow, the extension request has been submitted. It was submitted in August prior to their expiration. We believe, just from a recent conversation with the EPA, that we should be getting the notices of the extensions this coming week.
Okay, so, but that's a very long time for them to give you wait to approve your extension request. They having shortages on their end as well?
So I would say we'll take some of that. So at the end of every cycle, the end is September 30th. And so what we're supposed to provide them by October 30th some of our annual reports for each of the individual programs. They did not want to approve the extension requests until we had submitted all of the information. A couple of our programs, unfortunately, we lost due to retirement, a number of key staff, program managers, and so we were not able to provide the annual reports in October because the amount of retirements that we had from certain particular programs was everybody.
Oh my goodness.
So we have finalized those annual reports. We've submitted all of them in. We had a meeting earlier this week with the EPA, and they have assured us that they will process the extension request now that we have all of the information in.
So one of my questions always during the budget time, and I'm not a member of the Committee on Finance, is the succession, the training. I know when I was in the environmental movement, the president had decided that he wasn't willing to go forward with the presidency, and we had already put in place succession planning. Succession planning works. Even if you're taking in somebody who does not have the prerequisite qualifications, if that person is willing to learn, you should give them that opportunity. When I'm hearing, it's alarming when I hear that persons are retiring and have retired, and we don't have anyone who could catch the ball and take it running, and we're putting grant funding at risk because of that. We really need to look, and it's just not you, it's the entire government, even in our offices, to look at succession planning and ensuring that the work continues, and just not this person retires and they leave the agency, and they leave the agency with all the institutional knowledge, and we don't have any backups in place. Somebody has to be able to carry on that torch.
So Senator, I agree with you 100%. I will defend myself a little bit and my team. So when we receive notices, let's say in May, of persons that were leaving in July and retiring and whatnot. So in June of last year, we posted 4 environmental engineer positions, 3 engineer positions, 3 program manager positions, trying to bring on board people before we got to the end of the fiscal year. We had 2 program managers leave us at the end of July. Their subsequent staff, one had retired prior to, the other staff retired in October. And of all of those vacancies, we were able to bring 1 new engineer on board. That engineer has been fantastic in terms of picking up a lot of things that were just left there after July. But we still need more people because, we're talking about 7 or 8 vacancies and only having been able to fill 1 of them at this point. And unfortunately, these programs are environmental protection programs. They are technical in nature. We do need people to be able to review reports, real-time data, those types of things. from our, in industry and, what reports are being put out from manufacturer specs, those types of things. So we have to be very diligent in attracting qualified persons to certain programs.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Oriole. We do have a point of inquiry from Senator Potter. You're recognized for your point of inquiry.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Commissioner, the governor enthusiastically spoke about expanding the marine industry. He spoke a lot about that, and that's a good thing. We all support that. But as DPNR, you're the entity that's going to be charged with enforcing the laws, enforcing the regulations, and obviously you need a corresponding manpower in order to be able to enforce the laws. Have you mapped out a resource plan which outlines your manpower need when if this big marine expansion is going to become a reality?
Yes, Senator. In 2017, while I was director of coastal management, I worked closely with our enforcement division, and we actually created a strategic plan for enforcement. So when you hear me talk about my ideal scenario and my practical scenario, that's where that came from. Again, the ideal scenario is 10 officers in each district, and then having 4 vessels so that they go out in teams. And then we also have our rapid response types of units. So the jet skis that we're procuring, having the small 17-foot whalers that allow us to do very near shore, like the harbor patrols and those types of things. So yes, we have mapped that out. We put some money into that a few years ago, and that's sort of our guiding document as we move forward in trying to build out the enforcement division right now.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Commissioner Oriole. We will go forward with our second and last round of questioning from our senators. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, you're recognized for your 4 minutes. Last round.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon once again to my colleagues. Good afternoon to testifiers. I wanted to talk a little bit about the stimulus grant. Earlier, I spent some time down in Holt Bay the other day where I had an opportunity to chat with you a little bit about the ramp that is being built. I had asked a couple of questions in regards to the location because, you guys said it's going to be in the same place. And I had also spoken about potentially having the temporary ramp done just in case. So those fishermen might not be disenfranchised during the time period that the ramp is being built. Has there been any more consideration or have there been any thought in regards to coming up with a cost for that to potentially happen since we last spoke? Because as you know, that was a major question that they kept asking about at that particular meeting.
So I would say since we last spoke, Senator, no.
Okay.
But again, it's not something that we have discarded.
Okay.
We in our, well, you know what? I actually shouldn't say no since we last spoke, because and again,
Okay.
it's because I did have a conversation with Public Works because we were actually talking more about the screening and the water flow that would go on underneath the that could be designed to go underneath the dock so that there's no interruption of sand migration, as one of the other comments that was made was. We know right now that there are existing sort of temporary bridges. Public Works is actually looking to deploy a few in St. Croix because they have some bridges that if we do not armor them properly or reinforce them, that based on federal highway guidelines are going to have to close the road. So they're looking at these temporary structures. They're mostly steel structures that can be placed, and they sort of serve as that ramp or bridge type purpose. Since they're getting costs on that right now, we can actually take a look at being able to provide that. I'm concerned that those things are not, that it might not be long enough for what we're doing. But now that you bring it up, and I know that they're looking at that because we had that conversation with them about a month ago. We can ask them what that cost is to have that temporary ramp that's placed down there, and if it's feasible, I don't see why we would not do it.
Okay. Well, it seems I have exhausted all my time with that one question, but I really do appreciate you sharing with me your response, and I look forward to hearing a little bit more about it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Francis Heiliger. Senator Franklin D. Johnson, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Let's do some rapid fire so we could get as much in. Commissioner, I heard you spoke about not having sufficient amount of law enforcement officials. The COVID-19 pandemic gave us millions of dollars and for law enforcement, areas that money that can be tapped in. Have your agency tapped into any of these resources to try purchase your boat and stuff for your law enforcement guys?
Yes, Senator. Right now, if you go on the Property and Procurement website, you're going to see a call for the production of 4 vessels, 2 34-footers, 2 29-footers. So we have tapped into that.
Okay, and my question with your Liberians, are their salaries competitive with the average Liberians, like from education department?
I believe with our education department, yes, they are in our higher tier ones. I actually did a comparison under the Bureau of Labor Statistics for median average for not only librarians but also for archivists, and we're slightly lower than that.
Your salary is slightly lower.
The starting salary, step 1, is about $4,000 to $5,000 less than what the median average is.
Would you consider that being some of your challenges that you're having in getting some of these positions filled?
Absolutely.
And what I want
I would say it's a combination now. I would say before, like 3 years ago, absolutely, it was a challenge. We actually lost somebody we hired. He went back to Michigan because they were offering him significantly more money than he was making in that first step. I think the other issue, though, is now when we recruit, we're having people that have interest, but the obstacle now is finding housing in the territory.
This one question has been with me for quite some time. Going into the lagoon in Christian said here, there's that bridge. Does your agency have anything to do with that bridge that's collapsing on us there?
So just the permitting aspect, and that bridge, that temporary bridge that I'm talking about, that's one of the bridges that actually recently, I believe it was in December, we issued the permits to Public Works to begin those in Lagoon. So they should be coming out for bid, I think, relatively shortly.
And from your knowledge, would it require a temporary bridge in order to repair that bridge?
I don't know the technical aspects on it, how it's going to be placed. So I can't answer that, Senator.
I thank you. And Mr. Richards, good afternoon to you. You've been there quite quiet today. I assure you, I met a young lady last week, and she's a very nice young lady. And we're supposed to be having a meeting, and if I don't have the meeting with you, I'm going to reach back out to her, Mr. Richards. You know who I'm speaking about. So let's get a meeting that you planned, please. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator Johnson. Senator Milton E. Potter, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I want to give the Commissioner a little break for a moment. He's been talking a lot. So I'm going to ask Assistant Commissioner Richards. And I know you've been around probably a little longer than the commissioner as far as DPNR is concerned. Back in the early 2000s, there was a draft comprehensive land and water use plan and the developmental law that was designed to enact the plan. There was even a public hearing on that draft. Even though it wasn't enacted, is that draft of any value to this new process that's going forward? I mean, will the new contractor or the selected contractor be starting from scratch or building on the previous work that was done? I mean, if you ask me, I believe that it would make sense for us to build on the work that was already done to help the process go faster. But you're the subject matter experts. What's your thoughts on that?
Good afternoon, Senator Potter, and thank you for the question. One clarification, the commissioner may look a lot younger than me, but I think she's been around a lot longer than me. Yes, I believe in the mid-2000, there was a draft plan that was submitted to the legislature. From my understanding, it did not, the process was not complete, and the draft plan did not get adoption by the legislature. Your question is whether that plan will form the basis of a new plan, or how much of that plan can be used as we develop, as we move on the current initiative. And the question is yes, some of, and yes and no. The information coming out of that plan will inform us and give us a lot of information in terms of where our baseline data, where we were and where we are now. One of the things that we've consistently said and guarded against is that you cannot use a 20-year-old document and just update it and say, now you have a new plan. There's a lot of baseline data that we need to gather. A lot of that baseline data, I think for us, it does exist. Over the years, the department and some of our community partners have developed a lot of that baseline data, so it does exist. And so this initiative will not be as difficult as past initiative because I think we have most of the data necessary to make decisions. I think our greatest hurdle in this this phase of developing a plan is ensuring that we get community buy-in from all the interest parties in the community, and that can be very difficult because, as Commissioner indicated, we have competing interests. And when you have competing interests, you have to find middle ground, and you have to find a place where when you submit the document to the legislature, there will be that inquiry as to whether or not every interest in the community has been heard, the issues have been addressed, and whether the plan represents all the Virgin Islands. And I think that will be difficult. The most difficult part of the plan is getting consensus by the entire community.
I agree with you 110% that that's going to be the most difficult challenge. Do you anticipate it being realistic that this plan is going to be done by the end of this year? Is that something that's realistic? That we would have a plan in hand that already went through the hearings and gaining consensus from competing interests. Do you see the end of this year as being something realistic?
No. So the plan as the scope of work and the contract that we are about to enter to calls for a 16-month process.
Okay.
And so at the end of 16 months, we expect to have a plan that's ready for adoption.
Okay. And my final question is, I remember sometime back there was some litigation between the Hartman family and they were threatening DPNR regarding misuse of the library or something of the sorts. What's the status of that? Is that an existing case that's still around? or has that been resolved?
It's been disposed of.
Okay, okay. Madam Chair, can I ask one final question?
You can proceed, Senator.
Okay, my final
I've
question.
been very lenient with you today.
I appreciate
hope
that.
you reciprocate with me.
I will. I always do. I will. Thank you. What was the purpose, Commissioner, behind designating beaches and bays as areas of particular concerns? Are these areas that have been designated for protection, or is this designation just words? You know, what is permitted in these areas and what is not?
So thank you for the question, Senator. There's actually 3 classifications for areas of particular concern. One is for areas of priority restoration. And I'm sorry, there are 2. And then one is areas for additional management. And so an area of particular concern can be identifying areas where you have significant habitats that contribute to primary productivity, like Mandal, for example. And then you also, or the St. Croix East End for the coral reef reserves. Those areas are known as areas of particular restoration. Then you have areas that were designated because of the intensity of their use. So the Charlotte Amalie Harbor is an area of particular concern. And so what these things call for is additional management initiatives in order to address what those particular needs are. Coral Bay is interesting because when Coral Bay was proposed, Coral Bay in its entirety, from one point all the way in, was not what was being designated as the area of particular concern. The area of particular concern that they actually included in the environmental impact statement for the Virgin Islands is strictly Lagoon Point for Coral Bay. But then as we move forward and now getting into the legislation, you start to see now that it says Coral Bay. And that's not actually consistent with the impact statement for the territory in which the foundation of the CZM program was founded on. So in so much, I mean, we've considered all of the different uses that go on inside of Coral Bay, because you have Coral Harbor, which is where you have a significant amount of boats. And then you have the other pristine areas like Lagoon Point, Brown Bay, Hanson Bay, Johnson Bay to an extent. So, you know, now because that's legislated as to how you would actually do that, you create the management initiatives for each of those bays. But it wasn't, area of particular concern is not simply because of its natural environment. Megan's Bay, for example, is one for the high use by visitation, since it was already deemed a park from 1946 by Arthur Fairchild. So it's a very interesting read in the impact statement as to what each of these were designated for and what the recommendations are in the analytical studies for them.
Thank you very much, Commissioner, for your response. Thank you very much for your generosity, Madam Chair.
You're welcome, Senator Potter. Senator Genevieve Whitaker, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Good afternoon. Thank you again, Chairwoman, and good afternoon once again. I wanted to, Commissioner Oriole, dive into just some, I would say, equity matters. So the Historic Preservation Office, and in your testimony, you highlighted what, in your testimony would be perceived that there's only historic preservation activities on efforts on St. Thomas. But I know that not to be the case, especially with the recent award where both properties and all throughout the islands were in fact persons who could apply and got a benefit from that. Can you really speak to some of the St. Croix initiatives that the Historic Preservation Office will be engaged in this year, is currently engaged in, as it pertains specifically to St. Croix?
So I can't say specifically to St. Croix, Madam Senator Whitaker. The two efforts that we're trying to do right now, because there is activities by the historic preservation committees which deal with applications in there. But then there are things that we look at from a territorial initiative. So the disaster recovery program is territorial. We are trying to award approximately $6 million worth of direct assistance to people throughout the community for assistance in restoring their properties if they exist in the historic district or that they are a National Historic Landmark site. We are also looking at the archaeological plan for 2022 to 2026. And again, that will address more St. Croix because there are more registered archaeological sites on St. Croix than there are on St. Thomas. But that's one of the initiatives of the SHPO office this year as well. Every year, we also have a small, very small sub-grant program. It's 10% of our overall award, which amounts to about $42,000 to $43,000 a year. We've tried to accommodate a lot of small projects, and what we're, I think, moving to is we would like to give all of the money to one project to have a larger impact, but we're still having discussions as to how we would do that. Whether or not that's equitable or not is one of the key factors in that decision.
And do you have someone on, because I understand that the office is mainly on St. Thomas, do you have someone assigned, staff members assigned to SHPO in the St. Croix office?
Yes.
Or even on St. John as well? All three islands?
At Fort Frederick, we have our senior archaeologist, David Brewer, along with our historic preservation technician, Phil, I can't remember Phil's last name right now. But then we also have one person who works specifically on the disaster recovery project. And we also have George Tyson, our historian as well. So we have 4 members in the St. Croix district that people can have access to.
Time.
Thank you, Chairwoman. And my comment to conclude.
You may proceed, Senator Whitaker, with your wrap up.
Thank you, Chairwoman. And on the part of historic preservation, I want to really emphasize that I would like to see that, of course, St. Croix, if you're familiar with St. Croix Ahead, I'm not sure if you're familiar with the nonprofit group that did the major feasibility study as it is pertaining to historic, well, it was overall a feasibility study on St. Croix as a historic preservation, because we know it's been long legislated that St. Croix is a historic island, period. And then, of course, nationally, it's been supported that way as well. And just what efforts are you leaning in on to support and work with that nonprofit, and particularly as a nonprofit that did all that work in addressing the ability for us to realize essentially the island of St. Croix really thriving through historic preservation methods.
I didn't hear the name of the nonprofit.
St. Croix Ahead, St. Croix Succeed. They were the ones that did the feasibility study. So we'll circle up. I'll definitely reach out to you specifically about that. I had reached out to even our congresswoman and with the group as well on that. In that case, the federal government decided, well, through the federal law, is that the money would go, the SHPO would be the lead coordinating entity, and this nonprofit that did all the work for all these years did the feasibility work, but now it's going to be going to your department and not them.
So I can say that we have worked with the Congresswoman's office on the designation of St. Croix as the island of St. Croix as a National Historic Landmark site, not just things, but we have worked with the Congresswoman's office on that.
Okay, so circle with. Thank you very much, Chairwoman. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Senator Whitaker. I want to begin my line of questioning. Commissioner would, of course, I'll start off with the time frame that you noted, that the notice to proceed with the vendor who you have identified, who will be placing the moorings in Round Bay. Where are you with that, and what is your time frame to issue that notice to proceed to the vendor?
So OMB and the Department of Property and Procurement are working in tandem to address what the issue is. We are having conversations with the vendor, Lighthouse Marine. We're having active conversations with them, understanding what their schedule is. We know that they are available to execute when we are ready to execute, at the minimum, the materials payment. Like I said, I have spoken directly with OMB and Property and Procurement. They're working on the issue to get sorted out, and we are hoping that really and truly any day now, whatever this slight issue that's happening in the system, they'll be able to correct it, and then we can move on and bring them aboard to get this done.
What is the funding source being used to pay the vendor? Is it the federal monies or is it local?
Yes, federal monies.
Okay. And
if we can't sort this issue out, I will likely have to put up some of my local funds to address the issue.
Okay. And my other question would be, if you're at liberty to state, you have a contract in place, I gather. It's just,
yes.
Okay. So are you at liberty to state the contracted amount?
About $45,000.
Okay. Thank you. And which funding source is it specifically that you're utilizing to support the installation of the moorings?
CARES.
CARES, okay. All right. Now, I wanted to go on to your vacancies. It looks like you have filled about 9 vacancies out of the 20 that you have.
Sorry, Senator, it's more than that. The 9 that you see there are the ones that were actually the classified positions, but we've actually filled some additional non-classified as well.
Would you be able to state the total amount of vacancies that are now available off the top of your head? I won't quote you.
Available?
Mm-hmm. How many vacancies do you have now?
Off the top of my head, I would say our Division of Environmental Protection alone probably has about 15 vacancies. We have vacancies for 3 legal counsel positions. We have some inspector, like building inspector positions. We have about 4 CZM inspector and federal consistency coordinator positions. So I would say we have close to 40, maybe even leaning towards 50 that are funded vacancies that we've been trying to fill.
40 funded vacancies, because I noted that you said you had over 20 vacancies. So you're saying it's more so like 40 vacancies total.
Correct. So we've posted about 20 vacancies this year, and we've been able to fill some of those. So, for example, filling the librarian position in St. John was a posted vacancy. We've selected somebody. They recently confirmed. At the same time, we had posted a librarian position for St. Croix. That position went with nobody actually applying. I publicly want to thank Senator Johnson for putting us in contact with somebody from St. Croix who is interested and eager in coming home. Our HR department has reached out to them, and so we're getting ready to try and coax, if you will, this person, a native Virgin Islander, to come home and hopefully will be a librarian in the system. But we've been actively pursuing, and what we've been doing when we've posted at least twice and we don't get any responses, is now what you'll see is that it's posted until filled. And right now there's 1 vacancy that's currently posted until filled that we're dealing with.
But all of your vacancies have not been posted. Only 20 of them have been posted.
Correct.
Okay.
We also, but some of those have been the exempt positions where we're bringing in somebody specific as well.
Okay, understood. All right. My time has been called, and I don't want to go much over my time, but I want to allow my colleagues if there's any burning questions that they are free to ask. I'm not hearing any. So, Commissioner, before you proceed, I'll ask Ms. Vargo to present a quick 30 seconds wrap up. Ms. Kathleen Vargo, if you could present a quick 30 seconds wrap up.
Thank you, Senator. I just would like to say that I am not only concerned with preservation of Round Bay, but all of the marine areas. And I think kudos to all of you for talking about management and plans. But we all know that these historically have taken a lot of time, and usually a lot more time than we expect. And my point is, it's the laws. The laws aren't in the planning stages. The laws are in place now. The laws need to be respected. We need a way to make sure the laws are enforced, and we need it now because if our resources, if our natural resources are ruined, and they're being ruined, but if they're ruined, there's no money coming in. The tourism industry is not going to want to come in and look at the destruction. And so let's not lose sight of the fact that the laws need to be enforced. That's how we protect.
Thank you so much, Ms. Vargo. Commissioner Oriol, you are recognized to present your 30-second wrap-up.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity to discuss some of our challenges and then also present, the successes that the department is currently having. I just want to say thank you to the 160 employees within the department. There are a lot of things that are taking place and too numerous to mention as we were, trying to be respectful of the time limits given. But there are a lot of projects, a lot of community service that is taking place. And I really want to thank my staff for all that they do. We recognize that the efforts from a regulatory perspective will always be challenging, and there will always be things that will need to take place. But at the end of the day, the best that we're going to be able to do is to manage all sides in order for the good of the community. And that's what we're endeavoring to do in a number of aspects in which we are tasked with doing. So I just want to say, again, thank you to the men and women in DPNR who come to work and really are putting their efforts forward for this community. I ask them to continue to do good work that will continue to have great success. And then I believe that this year will, in fact, be a transformational year for DPNR, as a number of the things that we've been working on in the background will now come to the foreground, whether it's buildings being open, whether it's programs being released, whether it's assets being acquired. But you're going to be able to see all the fruits of the labor that the staff has been doing over the last 2.5 years in pushing things forward. So again, thank you for the opportunity to present on behalf of DPNR, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Oriol, for doing a real good job in making a presentation and giving us a status report, you and your team. We definitely appreciate you. We know you're hard at work, and we know that there are always areas of challenges within each and every department, but we're very thankful that you were able to meet here with us today and be here with us to present an update on activities that DPNR is undergoing. And I am especially pleased that you asked for extensions for some of the grants that had expired. Colleagues, testifiers, you are now released from your testimony before the Committee on Government Operations and Consumer Protection. Colleagues, we've had a very long day. I really want to thank you all for being here and for staying here with me. The committee, before we go, I just want to say thank you to our central staff. I want to also say thank you to my staff of young people who are here, and also under the guidance of Ms. Picard, who have been really training them up, and I'm very grateful for her being here as well. The Committee on Government Operations and Consumer Protection meeting for Thursday, February 17th, 2022 is hereby adjourned.